Recording started.
We are live, ladies and gentlemen. This week, we continue through our mid-season report cards. We have more college football rankings, player rankings, go through our scores, and we discuss something. What player has earned him the moniker of an Oldsmobile V8 engine, the 5 rock. Right here this week, Draft Utopia, myself, Joseph Potter, this is our host, Chris Ransom. Chris, take it away.
Well, we're going to go into the tight end rankings. There's only 15, so we get a little bit of a breather today in terms of the draft rankings, Joey. We broke down 20 quarterbacks. I have the write-ups for all 20 quarterbacks typed in their entirety, promoted that last night. There's 20 running backs we already broke down on YouTube, along with 5 fullbacks, 40 wide receivers, so 15 tight ends. I consider that a breather, especially when you consider that I only have starter grades on 5 of those 15 tight ends at the moment. And those 5 tight ends are all projected to go in the first 3 rounds of my draft rankings. So I would consider that a breather. Also, before we get into the tight end rankings, we'll be breaking down 6 teams on midseason report cards. And at 1 p.m. Eastern, we may have a guest on the show, Emmanuel Watson, who is the host of Sportscast Radio. He invited me to a fantasy basketball draft, and I've been in his league for a few years, but he scheduled the draft for 1 p.m. today. So we're going to stream his draft. So we're actually going to stream a fantasy draft, and for the first time on this podcast, Joey and I, and Emmanuel's going to come on and break down some of the picks with his analysis later at 1. But we're going to dive straight into tight end rankings. If we didn't have a timer to work with, I think we would be more carefree, maybe dive into the Jaguars-Saints game. But since we have 6 teams for midseason report cards along with the 15 tight ends, I'm just going to get straight into tight ends. I think there are 3 Pro Bowl tight ends, 1 blue chip tight end, 2 other starters you can get in round 3, and then you've got a bunch of round 4 tight ends, a bunch of day 3 tight ends. Some are backups. Maybe some do enough to become risers, but let's start with the headliner in this draft, Brock Bowers. He's a pretty cool dude. Very loyal to his teammates, very loyal to his coaches, just an all-around genuine person. Just unfortunate what happened. Brock Bowers is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with ankle surgery. So backup tight end Oscar Fulp, who's actually the number 1 tight end in 2025, is going to start these next few weeks. But Bowers could come back for the SEC championship or the college football playoff. It's also possible that Bowers chooses to shut down for the season and just focus on training for the combine. But either way, Bowers got injured against Vanderbilt last week, and he's out 4 to 6 weeks. I don't think this injury affects his draft stock. Now, if Bowers comes back early and he gets injured again, that could open up a can of worms, especially if the next 2 tight ends behind Bowers, Jatavian Sanders, Texas, my tight end 2, Cade Stover, Ohio State, my tight end 3. I have both of those tight ends with Pro Bowl grades, and I think they're both better than Sam Laporta. I had an 87 on Sam Laporta, which is short of a Pro Bowl grade, but an above-average starter. But Laporta's been fantastic in the NFL, but that's not the point. The point is, I think there are 3 really good tight ends in this class, but Bowers is the main star. He's the headliner. I was going to give him a max grade along with Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. before the injury. I still think he warrants that grade, can run all 30 routes, great blocker, tremendous attitude, hard worker, gritty, just brings a lot of attributes that you want an NFL starting tight end to possess. And I have a top 10 grade on Bowers, and you can argue he's a top 5 prospect, but I don't know how the ankle surgery that's going to cause him to miss 4 to 6 weeks is going to affect him the rest of the season, Joey. But I think his tape speaks for itself at this point. 3 years at Georgia, 2 national titles.
We've been talking about Bowers for a couple of years now since he come on the scene. So, really upsetting to series having to shut it. But, I don't think that affects the draft status because Bowers was never the fastest guy. He was the best. And so as long as he recovers up where he can make those cuts on the route, he's still going to high point the ball. He's still going to have a good catch radius. He's still going to have sure hands. Everything that makes him special with the hand-eye coordination, everything. And just because he's not the fastest guy doesn't mean he's a bad athlete. He's a really good athlete, too. So, he's kind of a, Travis Kelce type, where not the fastest guy. He's not a guy that's going to jump at you with boundless athleticism, even though he's athletic. But he's the best. And I don't think that changes with this. So it's a sad situation. I don't like it. You don't like it. But he would have been the best tight end coming out last year.
Yeah.
And he's the best tight end coming out this year.
He would have gone ahead of Michael Mayer. He would have gone ahead of Kincaid. He would have gone ahead of Mayer. There's no disputing that. Okay? There's zero disputing that.
So I don't think the injury makes a difference. Zero concern about it, and he's still considered number one.
Yeah, he's going to be the number one tight end regardless of what happens, but I have 2 second-round tight ends. I think I have Pro Bowl grades on both these tight ends, and I've seen them mocked in the first round. I know Ja'Tavion Sanders was a preseason first-round prospect. He now has a second-round grade, but he dominated against Alabama on film. Didn't quite have as much success against Oklahoma, but it's not that Ja'Tavion Sanders can't go in the first round. I mean, obviously, I don't have a blue chip grade on him like I do with Bowers, but if there's a second team or even a third team in the market for a tight end, I could see all three of these guys going in round one: Brock Bowers, Ja'Tavion Sanders, Cade Stover. But I put round 2 grades on Stover and Sanders for now because looking at it, let's say every quarterback I mocked in the first round, every offensive tackle and every receiver and every edge rusher that I mocked in the first round ends up declaring. That's 26 of the 32 first-round picks occupied. And then you're going to have the 3 corners. So that really leaves 3 spots for a Jerzon Newton's probably going to occupy one of those 3 spots. So that leaves 2 spots available for the next best 2 players because you're looking at 26 players at quarterback, receiver, offensive tackle, edge rusher. You're looking at 3 first-round corners with McKinstry, Kalen King, Nate Wiggins of Clemson. You're looking at Jerzon Newton occupying a spot too. So that really leaves 2 spots for the last 2 players in that group. It's not that Ja'Tavion Sanders isn't first-round talent. He showed first-round tape against Alabama and third-round tape versus Oklahoma, but that's not the point. The point is this draft is so deep. I think I had 38 Pro Bowl grades on offense and 54, 56 if you combine the offense and defense. So, yeah, that's a testament to how good this class is and how you can get a really good player in the second round. Like, the analogy people used in the 2023 NHL draft was that the early second-round picks had the exact same value as the late first-round picks. And I would argue, Joey, that analogy applies to this year's NFL draft with all the talent across the board. Maybe you disagree with me on that, but I think that analogy would apply to this year's NFL draft with all the talent that's available in the first 2 rounds.
I can't argue with that because there are usually 10 guys that I usually don't get. When I was doing first-round grades, second-round grades, so on and so forth, I would go ahead and I would only take I think the most I ever had in 1 year was 22 first-round grades on players, and the least I had was 12 or 13. So you're going to have that 15 to 20 players probably with, and early second round grade, late first round grade that are going to be intermingled together. And any one of those can be one of those first round picks. So, I mean, I can't argue with the thought process because the thought process is accurate. But what I don't really agree as much with is that you only have 2 to 4 spots because we see it every year. You know, I think it's been 2 years since we've been doing this podcast where we look at each other during the rest and holy crap, that pretty much went to schedule. I mean, there are so many variables in the draft. I don't think you can just tie it down to 1 or 2, no matter what the hell it looks like.
Yeah. So while there's 56 players on my big board that I think could be 90 or higher players in Madden and perennial Pro Bowlers, there's no guarantee all 56 players reach their ceiling. And if you play the numbers game, you could cut that in half and say, okay, 28 of those 56 players are probably going to reach their ceiling. And if you're picking outside that range, you essentially have a second round pick if you make the conference championship. You can definitively make that argument. But at the same time, I have a second on Jatavian Sanders, but I think he could go in the first. And my third tight end, Cade Stover out of Ohio State, he will be playing Penn State this afternoon. And as soon as we finish the tight end rankings, I will provide a game preview of Penn State, Ohio State. I'm wearing my Ohio State hoodie and red t-shirt, scarlet red t-shirt. So, you know, as soon as we finish up these tight end rankings, but Cade Stover's incredible. I watched him against Notre Dame in 2022 and 2023. He caught a catch in quadruple coverage against Notre Dame, Joey. And for me, that makes him a second round tight end. I saw a mock draft give the 49ers Cade Stover on CBS. My friend William Yanish pointed that out. So, like, honestly, I think Cade Stover, Jatavian Sanders, and Brock Bowers are the top 3 tight ends. And that's not going to change on my board. That's pretty much locked in at this point. Those 3 are pretty much locked in at 1, 2, and 3. And they're the only tight ends that I see having that ceiling to be a Pro Bowl caliber tight end, unlike last year's draft where you had Mayer, you had Darnell Washington, you had Dalton Kincaid, you had Luke Musgrave, and then I think I had 1 or 2 other tight ends ahead of Sam Laporta because I had a third on Laporta, but he's played up to his second round draft grade in Detroit so far, and you could even argue that he's exceeded expectations, but I think that's partially due to having the number 1 quarterback on Pro Football Focus, Jared Goff, but I digress. You look at these 3 tight ends, they clearly separate themselves from the class, and Bowers is in tier 1. These other 2 guys, Jatavian Sanders, Texas, Cade Stover, Ohio State, are in tier 2 for me. And then the next tier of tight ends, tier 3, those are the guys who aren't necessarily Pro Bowl tight ends, but guys who can develop into high-end starters. I have 2 of those guys, Joey, and those 2 tight ends are Mitchell Evans, Notre Dame. Mitchell Evans is a first-year starter and a junior, but he stood out against Ohio State. He stood out against Duke. He stood out against USC last week. I can't really argue with Mitchell Evans going in the 3rd round because Durham Smythe went in the 3rd round when he was Michael Mayer's backup, and Mitchell Evans is a much better prospect than Durham Smythe, despite only being a 1-year starter at Notre Dame. And the thing is, if Mitchell Evans goes back to school, it's going to be him and Oscar Fulp competing for tight end 1 next year in 2025. Because I think he could be a day 2 pick if he declares, but he could also end up being a day 3 pick with a bad combine. And if he goes back, he has a chance to challenge Oscar Fulp of Georgia for tight end 1, especially if Fulp does poorly in relief of Brock Bowers over these next 4 weeks and Evans continues to grow, improve, and dominate. So I do think there is a window of opportunity for Mitchell Evans to be tight end 1 in 2025, as crazy as that sounds, because he's been really good. Now, he hasn't been that impact player or superstar that Mayer was, but he's been super reliable for Notre Dame this season. But of these 4 tight ends, and then my number 5 tight end is Jaheim Bell, Florida State. He was on South Carolina last year, super reliable as a pass catcher and blocker, and I think he can develop into a nice, solid starter. So those are my 5 tight ends with starter grades, Joey. What are your thoughts on that before we get into some of the other guys in this list in the 6 through 15 range for day 3 picks?
Well, I do have reservations about putting a backup, no matter how good the backup is, in the top 5.
Well, he's not a backup. Michael Mayer's gone. Mitchell Evans is a starter. Jaheim Bell is a starter. Jatavian Sanders and Cade Stover are all starting tight ends on their respective colleges.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that he was
no
backup.
Last year he was the backup to Michael Mayer, but now Michael Mayer's on the Raiders. He's the starting tight end.
Yeah, because I thought you were talking.
No.
The last year part, like, did he get beat out by somebody else?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking I missed something there for a second. I just got your wording confused. So, yeah. In that case, not a bad list. I was just thinking of a process like, oh man, who'd he get beat out by? So, all right. Pretty good top 5. I really like the Texas tight end. He's somebody I've been watching for a couple years. Really nice receiver. Stover is one that I have a little bit of a question mark on. But I may just have a question mark on him because this year Ohio State's quarterback situation has just been so bad. And he hasn't stood out like he did last year. So maybe I have a feeling that that's less about him. Because I know he's got the skill set. I think the lack of production may be less about him than Ohio State's receiver. Ohio State's quarterback is just that horrendous this year.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Cade Stover caught a pass in quadruple coverage with Kyle McCord as his quarterback is against Notre Dame is kind of incredible. And I think Gronk did that. Yeah, it's like that's why I think he's pretty much in my top 3. Number 6 on my list. There's a bunch around 4 guys in this list. And I think after the top 5, this is really where the debate begins as to who the best tight end is. I went with Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State at number 6, but Ben Sinnott is a player that he's been a really nice blocker. You'd like to see him be a little bit more consistent in the passing game, but he's been a really solid blocker for Kansas State. And I don't know if starter potential's there, but I feel like with a lot of the 4th round tight ends, they're bubble tight ends. They could either be high-end backups or low-end starters. They're not going to be guys who are day 1 starters like the top 5 tight ends in this draft, Joey. Like, it's just pretty evident from...
Yeah. I can agree with that. I think he is a better receiver than you're giving him credit for. But overall, your thought process is correct. He's just a really solid dude, really solid player. I think he's got a better all-around game than you do, but I don't see him as... I think he could easily develop into a starter, but he's not going to develop into... a high-end guy that,
And I don't see him starting out as a starter like the top 5 guys on our list. I don't see him coming in and being the number 1 tight end right out of the gate like the top 5 guys on our list. I could see Bowers, Sanders, Stover, Mitchell Evans, and Bell coming in and starting right out of the gate. I don't see that with Ben Sinnott. He's a guy who I think is going to have to start out as tight end 2 on the depth chart. And if he gets an opportunity to be tight end 1, he runs with it and he owns it. Otherwise, but I do think he's the best tight end outside of the top 5. But it's really after the top 5 tight ends, you can really debate who the 6th best tight end is. I had to watch game film of these tight ends, and it was just frustrating. One tight end that Damian Parson, the Draft Network, really likes that believes belongs in the top 5 discussion is Iowa's Luke Leitchie. And Luke Leitchie suffered a season-ending injury, but Dame Parson of the Draft Network believes he could be the Luke Musgrave of this year's NFL draft, Iowa tight end Luke Leitchie. And I can't really argue with Dame because A, he's got his own podcast, Locked on NFL Draft, which is good. And B, Iowa is a tight end factory. Locked On Network, yeah. But B, Iowa's a tight end factory. It's been ever since George Kittle went to Iowa. Kittle, Hawkinson, Noah Fant. Iowa's got 2 tight ends this year. They got Eric All and Luke Leitchie, but both of those tight ends suffered season-ending injuries. But, Leitchie is one of these guys who could move up the boards. I think because I know Sanders and Stover, I think the top 4 tight ends, I think the top 5 tight ends are set in stone. And number 6 is basically going to come down to which tight end does the most in Mobile or the Shrine Game or whatever All-Star games. What tight ends do the best at the All-Star games? Because I just think that's where we're at. Because I've got like 5 tight ends with 4th-round grades, but there's really not much separating them. And then the next tight end is Aron.
I really like Leitchie's game. I think before his injury, you could have made an argument that maybe he cracked your top 5, or at the very least is number 6. But after the injury, I think this is a little more severe than you had with Bowers, and so I'm not sure how he's going to.
To be fair, in my defense, Joey, Ben Sinnott versus Luke Leitchie was a 6A, 6B thing for me. I ranked Luke Leitchie at 7, but in reality, my thought process was Ben Sinnott 6A, Luke Leitchie 6B, and 6B comes in at 7 on the tight end rankings. So it's not a knock on him. It's just a coin flip situation.
Yeah, it's like I wasn't giving you.
I know you weren't giving.
I just think
you weren't giving me crap. I know you weren't giving me crap. You were giving me constructive feedback on why I should tweak the situation. Maybe I didn't respond to it as good as I should have, but I think we're good.
Yeah, we are. My thought is, even if you don't realize it, I think part of your thinking probably was the injury is a more severe injury, so that's probably going to drop his stock, and we'll see how he recovers. So you would err on the side of caution and make him your 6B rather than 6A.
Yeah, but I rank the tight ends in the news ticker 1 through 15. I'm not going to do a 6A, 6B. He is 6B, but 6B is 7 in the rankings. But
for these rankings, we'll go with 7.
Yeah. But we're clarifying that 7 is 6B as well. So number 8, I have Syracuse tight end Arondre Gadsden II. Really solid receiving tight end. I mean, he had a great 2022 campaign. I just feel like he hasn't really done as much this year, but I still think he could be a solid backup tight end in the NFL. A really nice number 2 tight end. Gadsden's had some moments on tape, and then the other 2 4th-round tight ends are from the Pac-12, Brant Kuth out of Utah and Benjamin Eurosek out of Stanford. Eurosek had 100 yards on Hawaii. Really solid tight end. Can do a lot of things. And this is why I say the All-Star games are probably going to decide how this plays out. But you have anything you want to add on those 2 tight ends before I get to the 5th-round tight ends?
With Gadsden, his big problem is he is not consistent.
Yeah.
Like you said, he hasn't shown as much this year as he did last year. But I would argue he doesn't show everything game to game consistently. One day he'll have a really good game. The next day he'll have a poor game. The next day he'll have a great game. There's no consistency with him. And if you're not consistent, especially going into the NFL, these scouts are going to pick up on your lack of consistency.
Yeah, and after Ben Sinnott and Luke Leitchie, all these tight ends in the 8 through 15 range have consistency issues, whether it's Brant Kuth or Benjamin Eurosek out of Stanford or the next few guys on my list in rounds 5 through 7. All the tight ends in the 8 through 15 range are inconsistent. And that's why I think this tight end class is weaker than the last 2. Even though it's better in terms of being top heavy, I also think it's weaker in terms of how deep the class is. Does that make sense?
It does. for me, I'm thinking of when I looked at this class, when you said you had 50 tight ends that were draftable, I was just like, because I really.
None of these day 3 tight ends excite me as starters, but Sanote and Leitchi are the wild cards who can make it. I'm gonna be honest.
Like after 7, then you really get into the question marks. I think Gaston is somebody who could, if he can develop consistency, I think he can be a productive backup.
But the thing is, with my rankings, what the thing with our rankings is we're always going to use a number divisible by 5. So it's either going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, or 25, and I maxed out at 15. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And you have more people than I would. I would say 7 to 10. You know? So, I mean.
Yeah.
This class is not. It's not as good as last year.
But yeah, or 2022. 2022 was deep, even though it didn't have that star headliner tight end like Mayer in 2023 or Brock Bowers in 2024. So that's the thing I'm looking at here. And, you know, number 11, my first 5th round tight end is Penn State's tight end Theo Johnson. He was the backup to Brenton Strange. I criticized the Jaguars for taking Strange because he was number 20 out of 20 on my tight end rankings, but he did get his first career touchdown in week 6 against the Colts. And Theo Johnson's now the starting tight end at Penn State. Penn State is a second tight end I'll get into when we preview Penn State, Ohio State after the tight end rankings. But Theo Johnson came in at number 11 with the 5th round grade, and the other tight end that came in at 12 is Gavin Bartholomew of Pitt. And Gavin Bartholomew can be a playmaker, make some big plays. The problem is he's not consistent. Like Gadsden, he has inconsistencies. And when you jam him with press coverage, he just can't get separation. But when he does get separation, he has those flashes where you think, holy crap, that's a Gronkowski type catch. That's a Kelsey type catch. So he flashes that big playability, and he's a good run blocker, but he doesn't flash that big playability consistently, and he's got to work on being able to get separation when corners and safeties press him, because that seems to be his weakness. And part of it might be the fact that Pitt's had a lot of turnover at quarterback this year. I mean, that
Donovan Peoples-Jones of tight end, wonderful thing to draft for a backup. You know, maybe 3rd string.
The thing is,
when you're tied in and you can't get off the blocks like that, well, you're going to get blocked every time. You're going to have hands on you. You better get that.
Yeah, Gavin Bartholomew had like 50 receptions, 574 yards, and 5 touchdowns with Kenny Pickett in his draft year. And people were saying he could be a 1st-round pick in the 2024 draft with Pickett, but Pitt had Keaton Slovis last year. This year they had Jurkovic, then they benched Jurkovic. So it's like he's the best player on that offense now that Israel Abanikanda is gone. And Pitt's only targeting 2 to 5 times a game. They're not targeting him 7 to 10 times a game. So I really don't know what else to say about Bartholomew.
Well, he may be good with the contested catch and all that stuff, but what you just read off to me was basically what I look at Donovan Peoples-Jones at for Cleveland. The only difference is this guy's a tight end. Where Peoples-Jones isn't going to have somebody with hands on him all the time. This is a tight end, okay? He's going to have hands on him all the time. You can make the contested catches. You can do all that stuff. But if your weaknesses are going to hinder you as not just as a receiver, but in your main position of work, that's a major issue. Because that limits you to basically one of these journeyman tight ends that get signed when people have injuries. And you're seeing more as a blocker that can occasionally make a catch.
And Gavin Bartholomew's a junior. If he decided to leave Pittsburgh and test the NFL waters, he would get picked on day 3. But if I would advise him to go back, and I think if he went back and cleaned up some stuff, he'd have a chance to sneak into day 2. I don't think he would go in the first round. I don't think he's in that same tier as Mitchell Evans or Oscar Fulp, but I think he could get into day 2 of the 2025 NFL draft if he went back for his senior season and cleaned up some parts of his game.
I agree. He needs. Yeah, I agree. He needs to go back because if the only thing if you have trouble getting off blocks as a tight end, you're in trouble. You've got to go back. You've got to clean that up. Yeah, the other stuff.
And when I watched 2 games of Bartholomew, he knocked the North Carolina edge rusher on his ass when run blocking. That's great. But against Louisville, the Louisville edge rusher knocked him down. So, like Gadsden, Bartholomew's up and down in terms of consistency.
Yeah, if he can clean up. You named a lot of things that I already made the comparison. I'm not going to bring that up again. But you named a few things. But the one big difference, the one big thing he needs to clean up, he's got to use his hands better. Because if he does not use his hands better as a tight end, that's a killer. Because let's face it, none of these tight ends that have ever been great have had poor hands and had trouble getting off blocks. Because that is a key point to everything you do as a tight end, as a receiving threat. If you can't do it, you're just going to be a journeyman. You're going to be one of those guys they pick up and say, "Oh, we got injuries. We got to have somebody who can maybe accidentally make a couple plays for us every once in a while when we get in a tight spot and be a solid blocker." And that's what he's going to be if he doesn't get that cleaned up. So I would advise for him to go back.
Yep. And if he goes back, we'll probably put Eric All somewhere in these tight end rankings. But the 2 6th-round tight ends, Devin Culp, tight end Washington, and Brevin Spanford, tight end Minnesota. Devin Culp, really solid tight end, but he gets overshadowed on Washington due to their Washington's got 3 playmakers that are draft eligible. I put 2 in my wide receiver rankings, but I forgot about the 3rd one. That's on me. I'll take responsibility for that. But yeah, Devin Culp's a really solid tight end. I think he might start out as a 3rd-string tight end, but he can develop into a backup. And Brevin Spanford out of Minnesota, I know Pro Football Network had him at like 78 on their simulator, but I went back and looked up his stats. He's got like 10 or 13 receptions and 0 receiving touchdowns through 7 games. That's why I'm much lower on him than the consensus, because if you're a draft-eligible tight end and you have 0 touchdowns at this point, 7 games through a 12-game season, that's a red flag for me. Even if you have a consensus top 100 grade, that's a major red flag for me. So that's why I'm lower on him than the consensus, Joey.
And the one thing about the Washington tight end that I noticed, I really don't have much to say about it, but he's probably, I could see him going in the 4th round because he's just solid. He's just one of these guys who's just solid all around. He doesn't do anything spectacular. Doesn't make me jump up and say, "Oh, God, look at that great," whatever he did. He just goes out there, he does his job, and it's just like he brings his bucket to work, sets it down, does his job, eats his lunch, goes back to work for a couple hours, goes home, says, "Guys, I'll see you the next day." He's nothing special. But at the same time, he's one of those guys that you can count on he's one of the guys, we've been talking about inconsistency. He's one of the more consistent tight ends in the draft with everything he does, but he doesn't have the skill set. So, I mean, I think somebody may take a flyer on him in the 4th.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the things that's kind of interesting about him. I think somebody takes a flyer on him a little early.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably your tight end 8, and then you'd probably put Theo Johnson at 9, Bartholomew at 10 if he declares. But the final tight end in my rankings is the backup tight end on Penn State. because I was reading Dane Brugler's Ohio State-Penn State game preview on The Athletic, and Dane Brugler believes there are as many as 20 players on Ohio State and Penn State that could go in the top 100 of this year's NFL draft for both programs. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but I can see where he's coming from, and I can admire his effort to appease to Penn State and Ohio State fans with his game preview, because it was a good preview. And I know you're a big fan of his work, so...
Yeah, I mean, he is, but he wasn't wrong about the players. I think, though, that he...
I was originally going to put the tight end... I was originally going to put Tennessee's tight end at 15. Originally, I was going to put Tennessee's tight end at 15, but when I read Dane Brugler's article and I saw that the fact that Senior Bowl says both tight ends are players to watch, I was like, all right, we'll put Tyler Warren in at tight end 15. I don't like putting two tight ends from the same program in my top 15, but we'll put him in as the final tight end in the rankings with the 7th round grade. And he could go higher than that if he impresses against Ohio State today.
Yeah, with one, this goes back to my thing of be cautious about backup tight ends, but having him at 15, okay, because that's, you're basically putting 7th round grade.
Yeah, he's in the last spot in our tight end rankings.
Brugler jumped the gun. I'm not going to say he was wrong, because I don't think he was wrong about the player, but I think he was wrong about the timing, because the player can only get better once he becomes a starter. But I think right now, the timing that he put that down there, I think it was really poor timing. Because I think that, yes, you can hype him up, his skill set, a little bit, but don't hype him up too much as potentially being a game breaker and what's possibly going to be...
Well, when I was watching West Virginia Penn State, it wasn't Theo Johnson that got a touchdown. It was Tyler Warren. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I just don't want to, jump the gun on him.
Yeah.
Because if he was really all that in the bag of chips, he'd be the starter.
Yeah, but Penn State's utilized two tight ends. And last year, he's the third string tight end because Brenton Strange was the starter. Theo Johnson was the backup.
Yeah.
And Warren was the third string tight end. So he was only used on goal line packages with 3 tight end sets last year. This year, he's being utilized a little bit more in some 2 tight end sets. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I do like his skill set. I do think he's on the rise. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying Brugler is wrong. I'm just saying, don't jump the gun.
And on that note, we're going to segue into our Penn State-Ohio State game preview, Joey, because there's a lot of things we got to talk about. I'm going to start with Penn State, my Ohio State's opponent. Ohio State's the home team. Drew Aller is the only quarterback in the FBS with 150 pass attempts and 0 interceptions on the year this late in the season. There's a lot of people mocking Aller number 1. He went like 14 for 29 on the road against Illinois, and that's really why I wasn't wowed by Aller. But like, if he can play that good against Ohio State today and lead Penn State to a win, I think he is the unanimous QB1. Unless Shadur Sanders comes back. And then in that situation, it's Aller versus Sanders for QB1, with both guys probably going in the top 5 next year, like May and Caleb Williams this year. So, but yeah.
I like him as a quarterback. I do like him as a quarterback. I do think he is the best quarterback they've had since Hutchinson. He is... he's a guy that I thought played pretty well last year. Didn't blow the roof off. Played pretty well last year.
I mean, Sean Clifford started last year, but he came in for a few drives versus Purdue in the opener. He looked good in those drives.
Yeah, he did an okay job. He did pretty well. But like you said, didn't get a lot of opportunities last year, but, he looked good when we saw him. I mean, I'm not going to say, like I said, I'm not going to say he's a world beater, or also getting back to that tight end argument. If he was, he would have been starting last year. But he looked good from what we saw last year. Pretty decent. This year, he looked a lot better. I think he probably should come back because this year's quarterback class is
Aller's not draft eligible, Joey. Aller's a sophomore. He's not draft eligible.
I thought he was a junior.
No, Drew Aller was a freshman last year. He's a true freshman last year. He's a sophomore this year. He's draft eligible in 2025 as a junior, Joey. He was in the high school recruiting rank.
I thought he was a junior.
No, Aller, Cabe Klubnik, and Connor Weigman were all freshmen last year. They're sophomores this year, and Aller's the only one of those three that stood out. Weigman had a season-ending injury for Texas A&M, and Klubnik's been awful. So it's like, I think if Shadur comes back, it's going to be Aller and Shadur at the top of the 2025 class, because right now, I mean, I think Aller's good enough to go in the top half of the first round, but he's not necessarily the player I'd pick number one. But, it's still early, and there's still time for him to... And he hasn't been bad. It's just the 14 for 29 against Illinois rubbed me the wrong way. I thought he made some bad decisions in that game on the road. And, he didn't throw any picks. He hasn't thrown any picks all year. That's the good news. He's been fantastic in Happy Valley. So we're not arguing about his skill set and what he can do.
He's shown what we all want to see from young players. And that is, especially guys that were pretty highly touted prospects like he was.
I'm wondering if this is his peak here, because
he was pretty high, but he's showing that gradual improvement that we want to see.
Because Bryce Young,
yeah,
I think Bryce Young was during his sophomore year, he took over after Mac Jones left as a sophomore, and that was his best year, his pre-draft year. Bryce Young's best year was his pre-draft year. That might be the case with Aller. It might be the case with Singleton, too, who's also a 2025 prospect at running back for Penn State, Nicholas Singleton. He was incredible as a freshman last year. Yeah. But, I think you look at the tight ends against...
Singleton has been really good this
year. Yeah.
So...
But you look at the key matchups here, I think Penn State's tight ends versus Ohio State safeties. That's the first key matchup here with Denzel Burke, Ohio State's number one corner, and Travion Henderson, Ohio State's running back, being ruled out for the game. Second key matchup is these Penn State offense. Denzel Burke.
I heard he might be ruled out.
Denzel Burke is not playing today. Neither is Ohio State running back Travion Henderson. He's also been ruled out. Travion Henderson, Ohio State's running back. So that's the...
That could swing things really. That actually puts my declaration.
And Egbuka's a game-time decision. So Marvin Harrison's playing, but Egbuka missed last week's game against Purdue. He's a game-time decision for today's contest. So it's possible that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Julian Fleming have to step up for Ohio State in that scenario, along with Cade Stover. But Ohio State had a senior running back and Mayan Williams, and they have a fullback as their fourth string running backs, even with Henderson out of the lineup. So Ohio State's really deep at running back. But you look at Penn State, I think the other key matchup outside of their tight ends versus Ohio State safeties, it's got to be Ohio State's edge rushers versus Penn State's offensive tackles. You have Olu Fashanu at left tackle, but that's not the only draft eligible player on Penn State. Caden Wallace, the Penn State right tackle, he's a potential Senior Bowl prospect. So you got Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau. Those Ohio State edge rushers, I saw them against Notre Dame. I did a film cut of Tuimoloau against Notre Dame, Joey. This is a big game for the Ohio State edge rushers, Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer. And you got Teelan Williams. You got Mike, who impressed me against Notre Dame. You got Michael Hall Jr. I mean, Ohio State's defensive line is nothing to sneeze at. You got Eichenberg at middle linebacker and Steele Chambers at outside linebacker. There's some talent in this Ohio State linebacking core as well. So can this Ohio State front seven limit out Singleton and really limit what Aller does through the air? Because that's going to be the key to this contest, in my opinion.
Well, I'm going to go ahead because even though the injuries do not affect my key to the game, my biggest key to the game. I think it puts more of a spotlight on it. With Ward out, that tells me that Allen versus that back seven of Ohio State is going to have to.
Well, you call Denzel Burke Denzel Ward, but it's a common typo when you consider they're both Ohio State corners. They both play. And Ward's on the Browns. It's the familiarity.
Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry.
No problem.
And they both went to Ohio State, and that just makes it more, more of a thing. My favorite player went to the same school and had the same first name. One of my favorite players on my favorite team had the same first name, went to the same school as the guy I'm talking about now. That, that does. I'm surprised I haven't done more Freudian flips on that one. But yeah, Burke's not playing. It's that emphasizes. I think Allen's going to have to be big time lights out. And when I said this could potentially be the best game in the Big Ten this year, and I think right now, if Penn State pulls this game out, I'm not going to call it an upset at this point, but if they can pull it out, and Allen has a big game against the defensive backs, and that back seven of Ohio State, I think that changes some of the dynamics for not only the rest of the season, but maybe going into next season, where Penn State may end up being on top, and they may have, and this may be a game because we just got done saying, hey, let's not jump the gun on Allen, even though, he's shown great progress, and he's shown a lot of talent, but if he can pull this upset and have a great game, we may not be having to jump the gun on him because we might say he's a bona fide star and he's ready to take off. So this game may have massive implications. And with that, so that's what I'm saying. The quarterback.
Denzel Burke is out. Denzel Burke is out. Travion Henderson and Emeka Egbuka are both questionable. So neither Henderson or Egbuka has been ruled out yet. So,
okay. Burke being out is going to hurt, and that just, I think, puts more emphasis on Allen. Because Allen
we got a few more key matchups.
Today?
We gotta talk about some of the key matchups on Ohio State's offense versus Penn State's defense, and I think we're in agreement. There's two big ones. Ian Cummings went with a surprise choice for his biggest matchup in the Ohio State-Penn State game. Josh Simmons, the Ohio State left tackle who took over for Paris Johnson Jr. from San Diego State transfer versus Chop Robinson was his key matchup. Surprise choice, but I don't have a problem with it. I was thinking that the biggest matchup was Marvin Harrison Jr. versus Kalen King. But,
Yeah, it's like, that having Chop in there is,
Simmons for Ohio State at left tackle.
But it's something to throw you for a little bit of a loop. It's like, I like you said, we weren't expecting. We were expecting, a different matchup because I really like what the Simmons has done since he's been in there. But, but that was an interesting choice. It was a really interesting choice.
It's an unconventional choice, but I don't have an issue with it whatsoever. I think it's interesting choice.
I don't have an issue with it either. It was something I hadn't thought about. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to.
And Penn State has a senior edge rusher next to Chop Robinson. So Penn State has two good edge rushers. They have a senior corner. I don't remember their names, but I remember reading about them in Dane Brugler's pregame write-up. So Penn State actually has the personnel to steal this game from Ohio State. The question is, will they? That is really the big question here because they have the personnel to win this game in Columbus. The question is, will they, or is Ohio State going to somehow find a way to win this? That game is going to be on Fox at noon. It is 10:54 though, and we're gonna pivot to midseason report cards. We got 6 teams today. We're going to start with the 0-6 Carolina Panthers. They have $45 million in cap space. After that, we'll break down the Tennessee Titans, who have 80 million in cap space. The Cincinnati Bengals have 70 million in cap space. They'll be the third team we break down today at 3-3. The fourth team we break down today will be the Houston Texans. They have 75 million in cap space. And the two teams with the least amount of cap space, the New York Jets, 3-3, have 15.8 million in cap space. And then the Dallas Cowboys, 4-2 team, only 4-2 team we're previewing today, are 11.8 million over the cap. And the Cowboys have a ton of issues like Dak Prescott entering a contract year, CeeDee Lamb's rookie deal about to be up, Micah Parsons, fifth-year tender, Tyron Smith, free agent, UFA, Tony Pollard, UFA, their center's a UFA, and they're 11.8 million over the cap, and they have to cut DeMarcus Lawrence and another defensive player to get under the cap. But we'll worry about Dallas later. Just wanted to throw out the cap figures really quickly.
Yeah, I do want to say though on the thing you just said. It's like I knew Prescott signed an extension a few years back, but I wasn't thinking that time went by that fast. I know it wasn't a long extension, but it was an extension. So yeah, that's an interesting free agent, you know.
So even though the Cowboys are 11.8 million over the cap, they got all this drama and all these contracts they got to sort, because if you're 11.8 million, you want to pay Dak, you want to pay CeeDee Lamb, you want to pay Parsons. I'm not sure you can pay all three of those guys without going over the cap or without cutting multiple starters on this defense to accommodate all three. But we'll preview Dallas at the end. We're going to start with Carolina. And you know, Carolina, they do have 45 million to spend. They don't. Only free agent they have on offense so far is Laviska Shenault. Everybody else is going to be back next year. So Laviska Shenault's Carolina's only UFA heading into next season. But they did put Terrace Marshall on the trade block. Terrace Marshall Jr. Because Adam Thielen's came in and done so well. He's taken the number one receiver job from DJ Chark. And Chark's a free agent after this year, along with Shenault. And Mingo's probably going to be the number two to Thielen. But with Carolina putting Marshall on the trade block, what that tells me is Carolina, they're probably going to get a third receiver to pair with Thielen and Mingo in the draft. The fact that Carolina is talking to him and about putting him on the trade block after he failed to win a top three receiver job in training camp this year, that tells me all I need to know with his situation. And then,
and with Marshall, knew that he was a boomer bust prospect. He has a really high ceiling, which I highlighted. He had a really low floor, which you highlighted. And we kind of came to the conclusion it's going to be somewhere in the middle. So we knew he probably wasn't going to reach the height of his potential, because then he would have been a straight out number one receiver. We knew he had a chance that he was going to end up being a slot receiver or a number three guy. And I just don't think there's a lot of room right now with what Carolina's doing for that, especially since, let's say, the quarterback's like 5'5". He looks like a child. So he's got to do a lot of rollouts and stuff, and it really cuts the field in half, which limits his opportunities and really, I think, hurts development. And I don't think there's room for a receiver like him in Carolina right now. And I think DJ Chark's kind of along the same line. So they're going to have to find receivers that fit what they're trying to do offensively and with their quarterback, because their quarterback ain't going anywhere for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to try.
And the Carolina Panthers aren't going to cut anybody to save cap space, Joey, because the Carolina Panthers have 45 million to spend. Outside of the Jets and Cowboys, most of the teams we're going to mention have money to spend in spades when it comes to free agency next year. So that's why I think this is going to be more of a fun podcast. Even though there's 6 teams, 4 of the teams we're discussing today have money to make big moves in free agency. And we really haven't touched on that outside of maybe the Browns.
And last week on the podcast, it wasn't as much fun because we spent most of the time discussing, salary cap implications.
Yeah, because the Packers can go from 18 to 40 million by cutting a player. The Steelers have to cut this player and this player to get under the cap. And then we talked about the Browns restructuring 2 weeks ago. We talked about the Chargers how they have how to not run a salary cap, how to ruin your salary cap for dummies. Just and then the Buccaneers and Seahawks have a respectable amount of cap space, but not a commanding amount like these teams today. And you look at the Panthers' offensive line, Ekwonu, 45 out of 74 offensive tackles on PFF. Moton, the right tackle, is 37 out of 74. If Moton was lower than 37 out of 74, you could argue you need to cut him. Moton's been too reliable to cut at this point. And I think the reason Carolina's offensive line sucks this year is because of Brady Christensen and Austin Corbett's injuries, and them having to play two backup guards in Chandler Zavala and Cade Mays. Bozeman hasn't been spectacular, but he hasn't been a liability either, and he's under contract through 2026. So, I mean, outside of the receiver position, I really don't see any turnover on offense. Now, defense is where things get interesting. You know? Did you mute your mic, Joey?
No, I'm here.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it's, the only thing I would have to say about what you just said is that Mouton has been
well, Moton's 37 out of 74. If you were a little bit lower and you wanted to cut him to save cap space, fine, but you have $45 million to spend, and 37 out of 74 is average. I mean, you could restructure him if you want to, but you don't need to restructure him, because if he's below average, you could talk to him about restructuring. He's average right now. You'll take it, but he's got to improve next year. Otherwise, you are going to be looking, because I think with Moton's contract, it runs through 2026, and you're paying him $13 million this year, and then $29,747,916 over the next 2 years. So if Moton struggles in 2024, you cut him in 2025 to save cap space then, but not now. But, the Panthers, we pretty much addressed most of their free agents are on the defensive side of the ball. In fact, 4 of their edge rushers, Brian Burns, Marquise Haynes, Justin Houston, Yetter Gross-Matos, and Deshaun Williams, 5 of their defensive ends are UFAs after the season. Yeah. And Henry Anderson, too. So that's 6 defensive ends the Panthers are set to lose to free agency after the season. But some of those are 34 defensive ends, too.
And what the Panthers,
yeah.
It's what none of their guys are really on offense. They're mostly solid, but they're all replacing. If you can get an upgrade, you upgrade them, because they're all upgradable. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the Panthers really aren't losing any pieces to free agency. You can get those upgrades in the draft and make changes later. But the 2 edge rushers, the 2 starting edge rushers, Brian Burns and Justin Houston, what are their market values? $23.4 million. So Carolina would have to spend $23.4 of their $45 million to bring back Brian Burns. I don't know if the Panthers are going to do that. They should, but I'm not sure if they are. Because
I heard some rumors going around. I didn't give it much credence before because, it sounded ludicrous. I heard that they were actually talking to teams of taking Burns off their hands because of salary cap issues. Because they don't have salary cap issues.
Here's the thing with Burns, though. There's 6 first-round edge rushers in my mock draft. If one falls to you at 33, you get them on a rookie deal, and you get them for a fraction of what you would have to pay Burns this year. A micro fraction of what you'd have to pay Burns after this year with the $26.2 million. So, that's really what I'm looking at here with Brian Burns, because Brian Burns, he does have that market value of $23.4 million, and you only have $45 million in cap space. So you could bring back Burns and let everybody else walk, But the fact that the Panthers, or you could franchise tag Burns too now that his rookie deal is up. I mean, there are options. Justin Houston has a market value of $5.3 million. Honestly, I would rather get Houston back and get another edge rusher in the draft and have Houston show him how it's done, if that's the option I'm given, and there's a good edge rusher. But the problem is the Panthers don't have a first-round pick, and there's no guarantee, because this is a draft where there are 6 really good edge rushers that could go in the first round, but there's no guarantee you get the 33rd pick, and there's no guarantee that edge rusher falls to 33. So you are sort of taking a calculated risk by not re-signing him, not re-signing Brian Burns. So that's the thing. That's really my big thing. But what do you have to add to that? The only other 2 players...
That's the thing. The Panthers defense is not that bad. They've got a nice defensive line. I think they can upgrade defensive tackle. They got nice defensive backfield. They got great linebackers. I think they can add another corner, add another linebacker, add another defensive tackle. And I think they'll be really good. So having to split that defense up kind of saddens me a little bit because we've seen some great defensive play this year. And I was still too, even though they go back to that Brown Steelers game and just be like, oh my gosh, the brutal both defensive plays.
Yeah, we're talking about the Panthers, Joey. Don't take us through a Brown Steelers time warp. But yeah, you look at.
It's like I'm not trying to. I'm just using that as an example of defense.
Okay.
And the Panthers are no exception. I think
Yeah.
in a regular year, they'd probably be top 10 defense. This year, not so much because defense has been playing.
Interesting. Very interesting, Joey.
That defense.
I'm not even sure the Panthers are going to bring back Burns because I noticed something, Joey. What I noticed is that Derek Brown, their 2020 first-round pick, is also in the final year of his rookie deal. And Derek Brown, I just checked Pro Football Focus, Joey. Derek Brown is 23rd out of 123 defensive linemen. Brian Burns is 37th out of 110 edge rushers. Both really good, but Brown's been better among defensive linemen in Pro Football Focus than Burns has among edge rushers. Also, re-signing Derek Brown is probably going to be cheaper than re-signing Brian Burns. If Brian Burns' market value is $23.4 million, I'm guessing you could get Derek Brown on a 2 to 5 year extension in the 16 to 18 million range without having to pay him $20 million. And if the Panthers are thinking the same thing I'm thinking, they might just extend Brown and let Burns walk and try to reload edge rusher with that 33rd pick.
And that would suck if they had to do that because I was really hoping that Brown had one more year of eligibility or
Brown's a 2025 UFA.
Or just something.
2024 is the 5th year tender for Derek Brown, and this year's the 5th year tender for Brian Burns. So you can and you only have $45 million. I don't think you can extend both players. 23 and 18 million is $42 million. You wouldn't have enough for your draft picks. Oh,
I'm sure Howie Roseman could do it. Howie Roseman would figure out a way to do it. But we're talking about more for general managers here, and it may be, like you said, incredibly difficult. Howie Roseman is no.
Because I'm thinking the Panthers, if Derek Brown's done better among defensive tackles on Pro Football Focus than Burns has among edge rushers, and he's cheaper to re-sign, I think the Panthers' thought process would be let's prioritize Brown over Burns. I don't necessarily agree with the decision, but I think that would be the thought process by the organization.
I think those two are fantastic for.
Because you want to keep them both. You do.
Defense playing
because
somebody like
45 million, you're gonna have
somebody
40.
like that.
You're gonna have 45 million. If you bring back Burns and Brown, you are legitimately down to $4 million in cap space for the draft, and your 33rd pick's gonna cost, I would say, anywhere from $900K the first year to $3.9 million. You know what? Let's look at Jonathan Mingo again. Look at his rookie salary, since that was the Panthers' second-round pick. Okay, he's getting $1.6 million this year. So that's the. I don't think Mingo went 33rd in the draft. I think I'm gonna go ahead and check Joey Porter Jr. I think Will Levis was the 33rd pick, and we'll get his salary when we break down the Titans next. So yeah, so we'll have a better idea on whether that could happen. The other two free agents that have UFA deals have market values are CJ Henderson, who has an 8.4 million market value, and Troy Hill, who has a 5.3 million market value. Those corners are both free agents. Frankie Louvu and Deion Johnson are both free agents. Shaq Thompson, Panthers could buy him out, but I don't think they will. He's such a huge piece to that defense, and their linebackers just aren't the same without him. But I do think it's time to draft another inside linebacker for depth. But I think Henderson, Jeremy Chin, your nickel corners a UFA, and I've heard Jeremy Chin and Dante Jackson are on the trade block. Jackson's contract runs through 2025. You're also going to have to give J.C. Horn a fifth-year tender or just decide to let him walk. I think the Panthers are going to let Horn walk because of his medicals, because you're paying him 5.7 this year and 6.7 next year. If he proves himself, okay, you can franchise tag him. But now it's like,
I wouldn't franchise tag him. It's like, I don't think he's been healthy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's played 3 full seasons in the NFL. He just hasn't been healthy. I mean, I don't have the stats in front of me, but
he did well as a rookie, but he's had injuries the last 2 years. And I think he did miss some games early in the season as a rookie before coming back. But he missed like the first 10 games, and then he was the number one corner in the second half last year, and then first 3 or 4, and then he came back, and then he was the number one corner until Dante Jackson came back. But then this year he's just missed every game. So like, we'll see. But Jeremy Chin and CJ Henderson are both UFAs. You can have Jackson Horn as your number 1, number 2 corners next year. Troy Hill's a UFA, and Troy Hill has a market value of $5.3 million. I'm surprised his market value is that low. So the Panthers, they're going to need some corners. They're going to need some edge rushers. They're going to need some inside linebackers. They're just going to need to reload defensively, because they have 6 defensive ends that are free agents. And that goes for the edge rusher and the 34 defensive end spots, Joey. So, and I think they're going to prioritize Brown over Burns, because Brown ranks higher among defensive linemen than Burns does among edge rushers on PFF, even though they need to keep both of those guys. But if you keep both those guys, you only have $4 million to spend for the draft. And that's it. That's your cap space. So I don't think it's feasible for them to keep both. Which sucks.
That's why these great teams that draft so well are always on top, because they could use that $4 million. They're like, we'll just trade back.
Well, there's a few players. There's 3 players on defense the Panthers are rumored to be shopping. Those 3 players on defense are Brian Burns, Dante Jackson, and Jeremy Chin. Dante Jackson makes $15.8 million next year. I'm seeing how much you can save by cutting him because of injury history. Okay, you can save about $6.37 So that takes you from $45 million all the way up to $51 million. And that gives you Brian Burns, Derek Brown. You extend both of them, and then you have $10 million to spend on the draft with no first-round pick. Okay, that's actually much more workable. And as much as I like Dante Jackson, that's much more workable. You have to keep one of those guys, but there is a way. I was just curious if there was a way to keep both of those guys and have enough cap space to sign all your rookies. So if you cut Dante Jackson or trade him at the deadline so that the team trading for Dante Jackson has to take on that contract, you can get out of that contract, and then you'll have the money to pay both Burns and Brown next offseason. So there is a way out of this. So there is.
They just have to make it happen. They may have to.
But the only way to make that happen is to move Dante Jackson.
They have to take a 6th or 7th round pick to make it happen, though, instead of something maybe a 3rd or 4th or 5th.
They drafted less compensation. They happen. Yeah, you're right. They drafted Dante Jackson the 3rd round of the 2018 draft. They want a 4th or 5th for him, but most teams know this. And they know the Panthers will buy him out unless they take a shitty deal. So they're going to try to take advantage of the Panthers.
Yeah. I mean, that's how the Browns got Amari Cooper for a 5th rounder, that they knew that the Cowboys couldn't afford him, and they took advantage of it. That you can get a good player just by taking advantage of teams that when you know that there's something bad going to happen. And
that's the thing. All the corners of the Panthers have injury history. I mean, Dante Jackson had the season-ending injury against the Falcons in Week 10 in the Thursday night game in his first game back last year. And after getting injured early in the season. So, that's the thing. He's been healthier this year, but you don't want to, if paying Brian Burns and Derek Brown means losing him and just reload at corner, okay, I guess you reload at corner and you get more weapons for Bryce Young. I think that's the default thought process with the Panthers, and I think it's pretty open and shut. The question is, are the Panthers going to do that, or are they going to let one of their 2 core defensive linemen go on that front 7? That's really the million-dollar question.
And I think you have to treat Bryce Young and the offense that they bring in there a lot like the Browns treated Baker Mayfield, because they have really the same issue with height and having to roll out and such. So you're going to have to get these guys that can run better routes, make contested catches, do these different things that, with a quarterback, say, Josh Allen, you wouldn't have to do, because he's taller, he can see over the lines, he can do all this. So you're not going to. So you're going to have to get receivers that fit that mold. And right now, I think you'll agree with me. Don't think the Panthers have that type of receiving core. And I think that's where a lot of the problem with some of these receivers they've got comes in, is that the receivers do not fit the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think that's something a lot of teams that either draft quarterbacks or change quarterbacks have a problem with, is that.
Yeah, because with the Panthers, the 2 key talking points are, what are the Panthers going to do to get Bryce Young more weapons, and what are the Panthers going to do to keep their core of front 7 intact? Because their 2 star players in the front 7 are Derek Brown and Brian Burns. Can they keep both of them without going over the cap? I think they can, but they would have to cut or trade Dante Jackson in order to do that. And I'm just not sure if the Panthers brass has thought that far ahead, like me, when going through these contracts on Spot Track. I'm not sure if the front office there has thought that far ahead yet.
And let's face it, some of these contracts are given out during the Matt Rule era. And so that should have been the first thing the new front office looked into, was what are these contracts? How do they fit with what we want to do? And when they drafted Bryce Young, if they would have drafted C.J. Stroud, I think that this wide receiving core would have been playing better, because this wide receiving core.
And we're going to talk about Stroud later in the podcast.
Yeah, absolutely we will.
I think we've said everything we want to say with the Panthers. Should we move on to the Titans now? Because they're the next team on the rankings, and they're 2 and 4.
Yeah, let's move on, because we're basically just re-emphasizing what we've already said.
Yeah. All right. So the Titans have $80 million in cap space, and right now they're projected to pick 8. So I think you look at the cap, you look at the situation. Caleb Williams and Drake May are both going to go in the top 5. The Vikings currently hold the 5th pick, and the Patriots hold the 6th pick. Those teams could both take quarterback with J.J. McCarthy and Penix off the board. So that would leave you Shadur Sanders if he declares. There's rumors he's going back. Tyler Van Dyke, Quinn Ewers, Kirk Cousins. Because logistically, Titans is probably going to be.
I love how quiet you got when you said Kirk Cousins.
I paused when I said Kirk. I paused when I said Kirk Cousins, but here's the caveat, Joey. The Titans have $80 million in cap space. Cousins is a market value of $45 million. So logistically, the Titans are one of the only teams that actually has the money to pay Cousins that actually needs a quarterback. So I think Tennessee is where Cousins is ending up. I don't really see any other team that fits that description that has the money to pay Cousins.
It sounded like you kind of threw up in your mouth a little bit when you said it. So it's like,
I paused. I didn't throw up in my mouth a little bit, but Ron Carthon will throw up in his mouth if he doesn't fix that left tackle situation, Joey. Because if you sign Cousins and you do not fix that left tackle situation, this is going to be Ryan Tannehill all over again, except you're paying him $9 million more. That's the only difference.
You know, as much as I want to give a couple of these defenses credit for what they've done against the Titans, I've got to look at it and say, man, during those games, that left tackle just got his ass blown up. You know, and the Titans ended up getting blown up. So as much as we like to give Tannehill crap and say Derrick Henry might have lost a little bit or whatever in a couple of those games, we've got to really look at that left tackle and say, man, you have...
It's not a good free agency. You know, it's a really deep offensive tackle draft with 5 or 6 right tackles as well as up to 20 left tackles. But at the same token, it is not a good offensive tackle free agency group. It's not.
No.
It's a really deep tackle draft.
I've heard is that a name that's been coming up. I heard that the Patriots may be tanking because they want one of the top quarterbacks this year.
Yeah. Oh, good news, Joey. Spot Track actually listened to us. Spot Track actually listened to us, Joey. Remember when we said Cousins' market value of $45 million was too high? They lowered it to $38.8 million, which is only $2,200,000 more than what Tannehill currently makes. So, yeah, they actually listened to us. It's like, good.
It's still high, but at least it's doable.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're not getting a freaking Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, freaking Aaron Rodgers echelon with that.
And Tannehill's market...
That's good. That's good.
And Tannehill's market value is $35.6 million, which is still relatively high, but the $38.8 million, and they're projecting a 3-year contract for Cousins with a buyout after the second year. You could still draft a quarterback to groom behind Cousins, but you have Levis for the next 3 years. You have Malik Willis for the next 2 years. And the rumor I've heard is that if Ryan Tannehill doesn't come back in week 8, Will Levis will make his first NFL start because the Titans are at the point where they're just through with Willis. That's just something I heard. I don't know how much truth there is to the rumor. But
I don't know, but with Willis, correct me if I'm wrong. But from my standpoint, it's not Willis's physical attributes that are the problem. It's his mental attributes.
Yes.
Like the Deshaun Kaiser thing.
Yeah.
Where he has all the physical attributes, but man, between the ears, he is just lacking.
Yep. It's just, and the Titans.
Am I on the right track?
You're on the right track, but Andre Dillard didn't work at left tackle. The Titans tried Nicholas Petit-Frere at left tackle. That was a disaster in London against the Ravens. So, the Titans do need a left tackle. And it doesn't matter if you bring in Cousins or Tannehill. If you do not get Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu at 8, you are in trouble. And here's the thing. The Patriots could take one of those guys. And then I think there's some other teams that could also take one of those tackles. So if those tackles get picked, I mean, you are in trouble. And I do think the Titans are going to move on from Derrick Henry. The question is, are they going to trade him in the deadline, or are they going to let him walk in free agency? They do have the money to bring him back, though. It's like they have $80 million. I mean, $80 million's a lot.
And here's the thing. I know I said, the left tackle is a big part. And but when I was watching the Browns Titans, the first thing I thought was like, even against a great defense, Derrick Henry, as great as the Browns defense has been, Derrick Henry should have gotten at least 65, 70 yards and a touchdown. I mean, the fact that he was limited to 22 yards tells me.
The last 2 weeks, Tajay Spears has outperformed Derrick Henry in fantasy. In weeks 5 and 6, Spears had more fantasy points than Henry. So I think the Titans are ready to move on from Henry and make Spears their bell cow.
And I think Spears had almost as many yards. Spears had 15 yards against the Browns, where Henry had 22. So Spears almost, if he would have had one good run, he would have eclipsed Henry in that game. So, I mean, I love Derrick Henry, but watching him, even against the best defenses in the NFL, he used to be able to get 50 to 70 yards and at least one touchdown. And now against the best defenses, he's kind of looking, like a really good running back, but he doesn't look like Derrick Henry that we've come to know.
Yeah. Okay, and the only free agent left tackles that are on the market are Donovan Smith, $19.5 million a year, and Jonah Williams, the Bengals' right tackle. You could give him another shot at left tackle. That would cost $14.9 million. But I think Fashanu and Alt have a higher ceiling. That being said, I wouldn't be opposed to signing Jonah Williams, because if Alt or Fashanu falls to you, you can just move Jonah over to right tackle, and if they don't, you at least have a temporary security blanket at left tackle for Kirk Cousins. So I'm thinking Cousins and Jonah Williams are the two players I would pursue if I were the Titans in free agency. You have players, you have a few players you'd like to pursue? Because I think that's over half the cap space for the Titans if you go that route.
Yeah, I think the Titans, because one thing I've noticed, I've seen 2 Titans games this year. I highlighted the game. I saw the first game of the year as well.
Yep.
Who was it against?
It was against the Saints. No, Saints.
I'm not sure though.
No, it was New Orleans. It wasn't the Buccaneers. It's Saints.
Okay, yeah, because one thing I noticed was their defense is good. I mean, their defense can keep them in some games.
Yeah.
Their offense right now, it's like they've got the older players. They got Tannehill, who's on the downturn. They've got Henry, who he still looks good, but he looks like a shell of his former self, which tells you just how good he's been over the years. That he can still be a shell of his former self, still be a top 5 back.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's I think they're just getting older.
They are.
And they're in for a total offensive rebuild.
They are.
This year, I think they've been trying to hold on because they know the division isn't as strong. But in holding on, you sacrifice your future. Whereas the Jags, the Colts, and these other teams have been investing in the future. So at some point, you're going to get left behind if you don't upgrade. So, I mean,
I think the plan is bring in Cousins for 3 or 4 years and then draft a quarterback when before the new stadium arrives in 2020. I think the plan is give Cousins a 3-year deal, draft Dante Moore, Malachi Nelson, or Arch Manning in 2026, and groom them behind Cousins for a year, and then that's your quarterback in 2027. And then once that quarterback's established himself, you'll have the Titans' brand new stadium in 2028. I think that's the timeline for the Titans at quarterback, because that's a more realistic timeline if they're picking at 8. Because it's possible that we see McCarthy and Penix go 5 to the Vikings and 6 to the Patriots if May and Williams both go in the top 5 before the Vikings and Patriots are on the clock. And that would leave the Titans with Cousins, Shedeur Sanders, if he declares, Tyler Van Dyke, and Quinn Ewers as their options at 8. And Kirk Cousins is easily the best of those options. Easily. It's not even debatable. And you have the money to get him. So,
Titans have got one of the better defenses in the NFL. They've got one of the better coaching staffs in the NFL. I think they just let their offense just go with these older guys to the point the older guys just can't do it anymore. At least not at the level that they used to. And it's kind of what we saw a few years ago with the Patriots when Tom Brady was
Because I think at this point,
and
Cousins,
all these
he's
older
basically
guys in
just
there from Kelsey,
because that's what the Titans with $80 million. You think the Titans are? And I don't think the Titans are going to re-sign Tannehill. I think they're going to get Cousins and they're going to use him as a stopgap until the new stadium opens. I think that's the ultimate plan because they're the only team logistically that we've previewed. The Bears could theoretically get Cousins, but why get Cousins if you're in position to draft Caleb Williams or Drake May? It makes no sense to do it in that scenario.
Wow.
So logistically, the Titans are the ideal team. They could also trade for Kyler Murray. I mean, I'm not saying it'd be a good idea, but
it's not an ideal situation that you're looking at for the Titans because
yeah, if you trade for Kyler Murray, I've got a feeling Mike Vrabel's going to be ripping the Xbox, grabbing the Xbox controller and throwing it all over the locker room, trying to break it to get Kyler's head out of his ass. And maybe that's the type of tough love Kyler needs. Maybe that's what Kyler needs.
Vrabel, they'll tell him to play Murray even if he's not setting and not ready. Vrabel will say, screw that, I'm benching him anyway. Vrabel don't care. He's out to win games. He doesn't care about the political crap. We've seen that before. If Murray doesn't give them, if they would trade for Murray and he wouldn't give them that chance to win games, Vrabel would say, screw you front office, he's on the bench. And Vrabel's a good enough coach. It's kind of like when
could you imagine? And that's the thing. If the Titans had Kyler Murray as their starter and Will Levis as their backup, that'd just be woefully bad situation.
Yeah, but if Levis gave him that chance to win because Murray wasn't ready,
they'd play Levis.
Vrabel would pull the trigger.
He would.
Vrabel would say, I don't care about your contract. I don't care about your high profile. We're not going to lose a game.
Because that's really the...
You're lazy.
Right now, the Titans' only plays are to either get Cousins or to trade for Kyler Murray. Because if you're picking at 8 and you miss out on McCarthy, Penix, Caleb Williams, and Drake May, your best bet is to sign Kirk Cousins. And if you can't get Cousins, you could bring back Tannehill, but it's not something I think the Titans are ready to move on from Tannehill. And I think in this situation, it would be either Cousins or you trade for Kyler Murray. I don't really see a third option.
My thought is, though, I don't think they trade for a veteran. I think they roll with Levis. They drafted him high second round. They saw that he needed seasoning. He needed to work on some things. So they said, we're redshirting you behind Tannehill this year. Next year, you're going to have the reins. Don't screw it up. And I think after Tannehill's gone, I think Henry's the next to go. I think they're going to do a systematic teardown of this entire offense. I don't think they're going to do it all at once because Henry still has a little bit left in the tank, as I stated.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If Will Levis is completely awful in 2024, you can get Aller in 2025, or you can get one of the 2026 QBs, whether it's Dante Moore. Shadur Sanders was also in play, but you got Arch Manning, Dante Moore, Malachi Nelson, Nico Imubala, the backup quarterback to Joe Milton at Tennessee, was a 5-star recruit. He'll be the starter at Tennessee next year. So you have quarterbacks in 2025 and 2026 that you can look at as options if Levis struggles in 2024. It's not the most ideal route, but it's probably the route the Titans will end up taking if they don't get Cousins. Because I think it's either Cousins or Levis. I really don't see anybody else, unless they want to trade for Kyler Murray, but I would highly advise against that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, I think, because remember, the window of opportunity is best when you're on a rookie quarterback contract.
Yeah.
Once that's over, like remember, a year and a half ago,
and this is the thing. Will Levis is only making
back in the league.
Will
Since then,
yeah.
he is now the 9th.
Will Levis
So
is
you're looking at a situation where if you go with a veteran, that veteran's going to look to jump into that top 10.
Yeah.
So, and that's in 2 years. A 2-year swing of Deshaun Watson being number 1 to number 9. Okay? A 2-year swing. So if you get a veteran, that's going to be a $50 to $60 million a year contract, and I don't think the Titans want that.
Well, it's not going to be 50 to 60 million. You have 80 million. Cousins only has a market value of 38.8. Cousins' market value is 38.8, so it's possible you get Cousins for under 40 million.
Yeah.
But yeah, Levis only makes 2.1, 2.6, and then 3 million in the 2026, and Spears only makes 1.2, 1.4, and 1.7 million after this season, where he's making 998,000.
Now, yeah, but my point was, rookie quarterback contract versus veteran contract.
I'm not looking at
if they really want to go and push this one more year back to where they'd be in that quarterback hunt with the potentially first to fifth overall pick, they could re-sign Tannehill and maybe get him on a team-friendly deal.
Tannehill's market value is 35.6 million, which is 1 million less than he's currently making this year. So Tannehill's market value is actually lower than what he's currently getting paid this year.
And if they get him on a team-friendly deal, maybe $29 million or so, I mean, with bonuses, that would kick in later, or maybe signing bonuses or whatever, then that would also be an option, but it would be nothing more than delaying the rebuilding process.
Yes.
Where if you start the rebuilding process now, it would be, it would be over more quickly. Because, remember, quarterbacks under a rookie contract means your window of opportunity is longer. So, you would want to start Levis sooner rather than later in that situation, but not while Tannehill is under contract, because you're going to be paying Tannehill $35 million regardless this year. So that's the thought process on that.
Yep. One player that Rand Carthon had on the 49ers when he was the Niners assistant GM before going to Tennessee was Josh Johnson, the Ravens quarterback. That could be a player they bring in as well. You have Mayfield and Minshew. You can get them on cheap team-friendly deals. Darnold's on the Niners now. I mean, there's a few options, but I want to focus on some other positions besides Henry and Tannehill. Hopkins is making 15.9 million, but he leads the NFL in third down receptions. He's not getting cut and he's only under contract till 2025. So, it's like you have him, you have Burks, Nick Westbrook-Akine is a UFA, so is Chris Moore. You can let those guys walk and reload in the draft, or free agency. I haven't really looked at the free agency wide receivers, but with $80 million, I am going to look at that now because it's like, what's available? What can you actually get? Mike Evans' market value is $22.9 million. So you could get Mike Evans and pair him with Hopkins. Honestly, that sounds like the best play. Get Tannehill on a team-friendly deal for a year and then bring in Mike Evans, because if you sign Kirk Cousins, you're not going to have money to get Cousins and Evans. But if you get Tannehill and Evans, you'll still have enough cap space, and you'll have you'll have a 3-receiver set of Hopkins, Evans, and Burks. And that can work.
Yeah, and or if, Evans is one of those guys that, he's amazing no matter who's throwing him the ball. So he would be one of those guys, if you wanted to turn the keys over to Levis next year, you could get Evans, and then there's that guy.
And then you'd have 3 good receivers. You'd have Hopkins, Mike Evans, and Traylon Burks. You'd have 2 arguably number ones. And then you'd have Burks as your slot guy. And that 3-receiver set, I think it would put Levis or Tannehill in position to succeed, honestly. I mean, and if Levis can't succeed with those 3 receivers, he's not an NFL quarterback. It's just that simple.
And then he's just not going to succeed at all.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
It is.
I mean, you can make an excuse for a quarterback with only one receiver.
Because Chigo Okonkwo and Josh Weil have both
and-
had success at the Titans, and they're both on rookie deals. Aaron Brewer, the Titans center, is a UFA. Chris Hubbard's a UFA. I've heard Vrabel wanted to keep Hubbard in at right tackle. Like, he is really impressed this year. If you can get him back on a team-friendly deal, I'd consider it. Not like anything more than 1 or 2 years, but Hubbard actually took the right tackle job from Petit Friere, because Petit Friere wanted to play right tackle with Dillard at left tackle after his suspension, and Vrabel left Hubbard in at right tackle. So, Hubbard's only making $1,090,000 a year. So you probably can get Hubbard on a team-friendly deal. That's what I'm saying. You could probably get Hubbard.
Always been solid. He's always been solid, but he's never been. I think this is his best year.
Yeah.
I think you'll agree with me on that.
Yeah.
Being solid.
He was good with the Steelers.
Above average, two different things. So, I think this is his best year.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, and Aaron Brewer are the only players with market values in Spot Track. Aaron Brewer's market value is a meager $5.2 million. So I think you bring him back. I'm willing to bring Brewer back if it's under $6 million. I mean, he's not a great center, but he's serviceable. And if it's going to cost me less than $6 million, I'm game. 3-year deal, anywhere between 2 to 5 years. Probably a 3-year deal where he's making $5.2 million a year, $15.6 million over 3 years. You can bump that up to $17 or $18 million with bonuses. So that's really the thought process there.
Yeah, I'm not against re-signing Brewer, but I think there may be better options, but at this point in time. But the thought is, will there be better options for
Brewer's only 25. So that's the thing.
Like I said, because I like Brewer, but I don't think he's not a great center.
The Titans' backup center's a UFA too, but I am pulling up these centers. Ooh, Jason Kelsey's a free agent. Kelsey's not leaving the Eagles.
Really?
But he is a free agent in the offseason.
Because I don't know.
I want to look at the Eagles' cap space, because I'm going to look up the Eagles' cap space.
Podcast, every now and then, I look at clips of
New Heights.
Podcast, and
yeah, Andrew and I listened to New Heights. When we went to the Shrine Bowl last year, Andrew and I were listening to New Heights in his car.
Yeah.
We were actually, and we also listened to Bill Simmons' podcast where Bill Simmons was breaking down Boogie Nights. So it was actually pretty hilarious.
Well, Bill Simmons has always been a character, but I didn't know that he had gone the podcast route. He's always been Boston Globe, ESPN. I didn't think he'd go podcast route. So that's interesting.
The Eagles do have $37.8 million to spend, so they're probably bringing back Jason Kelsey. I'm sorry, Tennessee. I'm sorry to get your hopes up like that and break your hearts. It's a horrible thing for me to do, but I mean, the other centers in the market besides Jason Kelsey are Connor Williams, the Miami Dolphins.
I think the best part about having Jason Kelsey would be for any team is that if you've ever heard his wife talk, she's really funny.
Yeah, she is.
I think
I saw the Kelsey documentary on Amazon Prime, Joey. I did. I saw the Kelsey documentary on Amazon Prime. So Andre James is a market value of $11.9 million. Connor Williams is a market value of $13.5 million. Kelsey's market value is $13.9 million. And Aaron Brewer's market value is $5. I would rather pay Brewer $5.2 million than pay Andre James. Connor Williams has turned it around with the Dolphins this year. I think he's earned that $13.5 million, but I would rather pay $5.2 million to Brewer than $11.9 million to Andre James, the Raiders center. Raiders center is good, but I don't think he's $10 million a year good. So
No, not even close.
So
Good, yes. Like you said, that good, no.
you could go after Connor Williams, but I don't think you have a shot at getting Kelsey back, getting Kelsey to leave the Eagles. I just don't think you have a shot at that.
No, neither do I. I think Kelsey will probably demand a lot on the market.
Yeah.
But when it came to the Eagles, he'd probably be like, yeah, I'll take a lower deal just to stay here.
Because Kelsey's market value is $13.9 million. He's making $14.25 million this year, but his market value is lower than that at $13.9 million due to his age. And I don't see him. And the Eagles have $38.7 million, so they have the money to bring him back. So that's not an issue for Howie Roseman.
Yeah, and I think the Eagles would get a team-friendly deal, whereas
here's the big surprise, Joey.
Out the red for.
Yeah, here's the surprise. Danico Autry does not have a market value on Spot Track. The 34 left end next to Jeffrey Simmons, he does not have a market value. He's a UFA. He's making $9.1 million. I'd be willing to bring Autry back. Tier Tart at nose tackle needs to be replaced. I've never been a big fan of him. You got Rashad Weaver. You've got Harold Landry, and you got Arden Key. Those guys are good. And you got Monty Rice. So there are some players, and you do need to replace Christian Fulton and Sean Bunting Murphy. But you'll still have McCreary. You'll still have Caleb Farley. You'll still have Elijah Molden. So maybe you just reload at corner. But you want me to look at some of the cornerback and nose tackle options really quickly? You could get Chris Jones. You do have $80 million. You could get Chris Jones and pay him Albert Haynesworth. Because I don't think the Chiefs are going to pay Chris Jones if they can pay Creed Humphrey $14.5 million and Nick Bolton, similar to what Logan Wilson got, or pay Chris Jones $32 million. I think the Chiefs would rather go the latter route. And the Titans have $80 million, so you could pay Chris Jones, but I don't know if he'd be a nose tackle or a 34 defensive end in the Titans scheme. You know?
I would think nose tackle, but, sometimes the Titans play this weird 3-4 where the nose tackle actually lines up on the outside shoulder. So.
But if you could bring back Autry and get Chris Jones, you'd have a three-man defensive line with Simmons, Jeffrey Simmons, Chris Jones, Nico Autry. That would be an unblockable interior defensive line for interior offensive lines. Because all two of those guys, Chris Jones and Simmons, command double teams in their own right, which open things up for Autry. So you put all three of those guys in that defensive line, you're looking at a really strong defensive line. I'll quickly look at some of the corners, and because we still got some teams we got to get to, like the Bengals and stuff. But I'm quickly looking at the free agent market value for some of the corners. You have Michael Davis, Okuda, Mosley, Henderson, Levi Wallace, Rock Ya-Sin, Marcus Peters. There's some nice names, nothing really exciting or eye-dropping or wow. We're going to move on to the Bengals. Time to move on. We've put the Bengals on hold for too long. And we still got 4 teams to preview.
I'll just go and say it.
The Bengals have $70 million to spend.
I don't think the Bengals have to make any moves on defense if they keep this core intact.
Here's the thing, Joey. If you extend Jamar Chase, that money does not take effect until 2026. So you could give T. Higgins a 3-year extension, but you either trade him after when Chase's deal kicks in, or you franchise tag him for 2 years before you have to pay Chase the big bucks. So either way,
the thing is, T. Higgins is playing like trash this year. So I wouldn't,
I want to see his market value. I want to see his market value. Okay, Joey, can we see the Bengals market value for any of their players? I'm looking it up on my phone right now. I want to see the Bengals market values. They have $70 million to spend. Okay, so T. Higgins' market value is $22.6 million.
Don't know how, because he has played like garbage this year. I've seen 2 games of theirs. He has not played well.
He did well against the Ravens in week 2. But they didn't have Marlon Humphrey then, so it's like you expect him to do well in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
he had 8 receptions, 89 yards, and 2 touchdowns against the Ravens, but that was his only good game. He had 0 receptions against your Browns, which is why you're being subjective as hell about him. He had 2 receptions, 21 yards against the Rams on Monday night, 2 receptions, 19 yards in the loss to the Titans, and Seattle's physical corners held him to 2 receptions for 20 yards. So his best game was against the Ravens, who didn't have Marlon Humphrey at the time and had a ton of injuries at corner.
So it wasn't just against the Browns, it is against everybody.
Except the Ravens. But the Ravens didn't have Marlon Humphrey that week. Marlon Humphrey was still injured, so, like, you can't really look at that and say that's the issue. But I'm just curious if Tyler Boyd's numbers are higher than 14 receptions, 149 yards, 2 touchdowns. Those are T. Higgins' numbers. 30 receptions, 204 yards, 1 touchdown. So, yes, Boyd's actually gotten – Tyler Boyd actually has – I think Boyd leads the Bengals in receptions. He might be second to Chase. I'm just double-checking really quickly because 30 receptions, that's a lot for Tyler Boyd. I was not expecting that much. Chase has 50 receptions.
Oh.
So Boyd's essentially the number 2.
We were both high on Boyd when he came out.
Yeah, we both love Tyler Boyd at Pitt.
A late bloomer.
Yeah,
so,
Boyd.
I mean, if Boyd was a late bloomer, and he may be the one they want to re-sign.
And Boyd's probably cheaper than Higgins. $15.2 million. So Tyler Boyd's $15.2 million. And T. Higgins is $22.4 million or $22 million, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. So for me, I'm looking at this and saying, Boyd's always been a good player, but he's always been overlooked. Higgins has underperformed.
Io Civis got his first career touchdown. You can get another. Io Civis, you can get another receiver in the draft and make Io Civis your slot. He got his first career touchdown against Seattle last week. Andre Io Civis, the Princeton receiver. Charlie Jones has been great on special teams, but he's injured at the moment. So, but yeah, I do like Io Civis and Jones. I think those guys can be. I think both of those guys could be starters, but I would rather have one of the guys in this year's draft as a number 2 if you move on from both Boyd and Higgins. And if you bring back Boyd, I'd still get a receiver in the draft to compete with Io Civis and Jones for the slot job. So you have that competition, and you can RFA tender Trenton Irwin too. Herb Smith Jr. and Drew Sample are both UFAs. Mitchell Wilcox is an RFA. Jonah Williams is a UFA at right tackle. Max Sharping's a UFA, the backup right guard. So there's just a bunch of scenarios. Cody Ford, the backup left guard, the UFA. DJ Reader's a UFA. I'm going to click on DJ Reader's market value. That's a good one. Oh, $15.9 million. So that's a lot. But
that's actually, well, it's lower than I thought it would be because Reader is, when I was watching the Browns game, the first thing I thought of was Reader is going to be an issue. You want to run away from Reader because Reader is a disruptor. I thought Reader's market value is going to be like $20 million. I think that's low for him because he is just a
because if DJ Reader's market value is under $16 million, you can get Reader and Boyd back and just let Higgins walk and get another receiver in the draft to push Io Civis and Jones, and that's probably the best strategy there in terms of finances.
And we're not saying Higgins won't be good, for the rest of his career or anything. We're just saying that right now, the way he's playing, he is not worth a $10 million contract.
T. Higgins is going to be getting $22 million. T. Higgins is not going to be making $10 million. He'd be making $22 million, regardless of whether the Bengals paid him or let him walk.
Yeah.
That is.
Well, that's what Spot Track is saying, but that's not what I would. I wouldn't pay him that. Not the way he's played this year. He's played like a number 4 receiver this year.
Well, his market value is $22 million. That's probably what he's going to get paid. Somebody's going to overpay then.
If he picks it up by the end of the year, then we can revisit that. But he hasn't picked it up, and he has played like garbage. And you don't sign people who play like garbage to $22 million. That's just a stupid sign.
Well, some GMs are stupid GMs. I'm trying to think of who's the dumbest GM in the league that would make this move. Has a ton of money that would cap space.
That would make
bring in I don't know, Rand Carthon. Maybe he brings in T. Higgins. I don't know. Somebody's dumb enough to sign him. But yeah, I think logistically, bringing in Tyler Boyd and DJ Reader, that would it'd be $15.3 million and $15.9 million. So you'd only be paying like $30 million of your $70 million, and you could bring those guys in on like 3-year deals. So yeah, and you could still pay Chase when it's time.
That would be a smart move.
And they do. Josh Tupou, the backup defensive tackle, is a free agent, but you can get a replacement for him in the draft. Akeem Davis-Gaither and Marcus Bailey are backup linebackers. If Davis-Gaither wanted a team-friendly deal, I'd consider it. But you are going to have to find some backup linebackers in the draft. And with the games Akeem Davis-Gaither's missed due to injuries, I think the Bengals are just going to let him walk and make Osai Pratt's backup and get an inside linebacker to back up Wilson in the draft. That just because they have Devin Harper under contract for 3 more years too. Devin Harper, so they've got 4 linebackers. Yeah, Pratt and Osai are the 2 outside linebackers. Logan Wilson and Devin Harper, the backup middle linebacker to Wilson, are both because Marcus Bailey's the backup now, but you have Devin Harper under contract for 3 more years, so he can be the backup to Logan Wilson. I think you're going to let Chidobe Awuzie walk, and the reason I say that, Joey, is because DJ Turner, while he's gotten limited reps, he's been very good in those limited reps. Cam Taylor-Britt and DJ Turner can hold their own on rookie deals the next 2 years after this season. And you got Mike Hilton for 1 more year. So I think you're going to be okay in the secondary. And then you can just preserve some of those finances and just reload in the draft.
Yeah, I think the Bengals, the only thing they're going to have to is, like I said, when we opened up with the Bengals, I like their defense. I like where they are. I think the only thing is the depth players are going to need to be recycled. And that's it. And I think the biggest problems with the Bengals.
Bring back Boyd, bring back Reader, and then just reload in the draft. That's pretty much what I would do. Get another receiver in the first round and then just reload in the draft the rest of the way with depth players. That would pretty much be my strategy for the Bengals. And I would get a tight end in round 2. I think the most ideal way to work this out, you get a receiver in round 1 or a right tackle. You get a receiver, a right tackle, or a tight end in round 1. And then you try to get players at those other 2 positions in round 2, depending on where you're picking.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that the Bengals have to focus on is the receiver position and the offensive line. Because I don't think T. Higgins is going to be around.
Jonah Williams isn't going to be around, and you're going to have to get a new right tackle with Jonah Williams gone. You're going to have Orlando Brown Jr., Alex Coppa, Ted Karras, and Cordell Volpe, but you're going to need a right tackle. And this draft has good right tackles. Well, Orlando Brown, I don't think you can buy out Orlando Brown until 2025 or 2026. Okay, you can buy him out in 2026. Yeah, the Bengals dead cap for Orlando Brown in 2025. No. Orlando Brown Jr.'s cap hit 15.298. Dead cap 15 $1,550,000. So the Bengals would lose cap money if they bought him out. They'd lose $252,000. It's hardly anything, but it's still $252,000. So you were stuck with that contract for 3 years. So,
and that's interesting that Orlando Brown has not played well this year.
But you're stuck with that contract for 3 more years.
Jonah Williams has played adequately at right tackle, so I'm not too worried about right tackle.
And it's a good right tackle draft. We're going to talk about the offensive tackle rankings next week. But there, you got J.C. Latham, Alabama. You got Mims, Georgia. You got Christian Jones, Texas right tackle. You've got a lot of decent right tackles. Fuaga, the Oregon State right tackle. There's a lot of good right tackles in this draft. So getting one of them to replace Jonah Williams will be nothing.
If Jones is right tackle in the draft, it's like, why keep around Williams? So, because I really like Jones. So we'll talk about that.
Jones had, we'll talk about the offensive tackles ranked next week, but I just did the Texas O-line versus Alabama film cut for this year. Dallas Turner was having problems against Christian Jones. Christian Jones had his number the way Darnell Wright had Will Anderson's number. Let me put it that way. So,
damn, that's tough.
Do I think he will rise into the top 10 like Darnell Wright? No. But with a good Senior Bowl, he could get into the top 50. I am in the 3rd round right now, but if a good Senior Bowl could get him in the top 50 discussion. And then if he does well at the Combine, who knows what happens from there. But I don't think he could wow people to the point like Wright did to earn a top 10 grade. I just think that's a lot to ask for him at this point. Because he's a 6th-year senior redshirt, 6-year player on Texas. I think that's what hurts him. Because there's less longevity with him, even though the talent's there in spades. I think we've covered the Bengals. Let's Texans. We've got 3 more teams left. It is the Texans that are next. They have $75 million in cap space. They have Stroud back. They have all 5 offensive linemen under contract until 2027, along with Stroud. They're in a very good position here, Joey. Not only do they have Stroud, their 5 best starters are all under contract until 2027 if you apply the 5th-year tenders.
Yeah, and here's the thing with the Texans. Offensively, their offensive line ain't bad. The wide receiver core, they have overachieved in a lot of ways. They have come on, and the coaching staff, I give them a lot of credit for developing some of these young receivers.
There are only 3 players that have market values on Spot Track. Only 3 free agents. Dalton Schultz is worth $15.1 million. Sheldon Rankins is worth $7.3 million. And George Fant, your backup right tackle, who's had to fill in due to injuries, $3.3 million. But you have $75 million to spend. You don't have to bring those guys back if you don't want to. You have plenty of money to spend. And with Stroud's success, you're going to attract a lot of targets. You're going to attract a lot of commodities in the market.
My thing is, offensively, they need to continue to add depth at receiver and offensive line. I think running back is good. Quarterback is good. I think defensively, they've got a nice group of linebackers. They've got a nice pass rush. I think they need to add depth and maybe improve their interior defensive line. And I think they have.
Yeah, because you have Andrew Beck under contract till 2025. You can let Singletary and Ogunbowale go, and then you bring in a complimentary running back to Pierce on a rookie deal. And Denzel Burke is out. Henderson's not expected to play, and Egbuka is a game-time decision. I've got it on Fox now, but I mocked Egbuka to the Texans at 14 with the Browns pick. Emeka Egbuka, Ohio State receiver to pair with Stroud. He can be Stroud's version of Jamar Chase in Houston, and then that would make Nico Collins the number 2 and Tank Dell the slot. And then you'd have Mechie, Robert Woods, and Xavier Hutchinson for depth. So and that just seems like a lot better situation for Stroud heading into year 2. Because if you give
Judge Mechie yet, because
I don't think Mechie's bad, but here's the thing: if you draft Ibuka in the first round, you give Stroud a true number one. Collins has shown he can be a number one this year, but he'd be much better in that number two role next to a true number one like Ibuka or Xavier Worthy. And then you'd have Tank Dell as your slot, and then you'd have other receivers for depth. And then the sky's the limit at that point with Stroud. And the Titans do not have Dalton Schultz back, but Brevin Jordan and Tegan Quitoriano. Could you imagine if the Texans ended up with Brock Bowers? Holy shit. I'm sorry about my language, folks, but but Dalton Schultz is a UFA. He's worth $15.1 million. That's Dalton Schultz market value, $15.1 million. Honestly, if Bowers falls to the Texans, I'm actually considering Bowers because you probably don't have to pay Bowers $15 million through the first 4 years of his rookie deal. And Bowers is an upgrade over Schultz. No offense to Schultz.
Put that offense over the top.
It's not a knock on Schultz, but Brock Bowers is an upgrade over Dalton Schultz, and you're paying him less. That's really the thought process here.
Yeah. And Schultz has been really good for this team all year. So we're not knocking him at all. But
it's just, would you rather draft Brock Bowers and have him on a rookie deal? Would you rather draft a player who's has a higher ceiling than Schultz and have him on a rookie deal like Bowers, or would you rather have Dalton Schultz in that scenario for $15.1 million? I think everybody would pick Bowers in that scenario. I don't even think there's a debate.
Yeah, and because they cut a pretty good backup tight end who signed with the Browns to keep Schultz.
You mean a fourth-string tight end? A fourth-string tight end that signed with the Browns, Joey, because you study the Texans' depth chart.
Obviously, they thought highly of Schultz.
Dalton Schultz is tight end 1. Tegan Quitoriano is tight end 2. Brevin Jordan is tight end 3. And the tight end the Texans cut the Browns sign was tight end 4. You called him a backup. He's a fourth-string tight end. I'm sorry, Joey. I have to educate you.
I know
he's a four-string tight end. Four-string technically.
You have to remember, last year, the Texans were playing a lot of tight ends.
They were. And I think the tight end you're referring to is O.J. Howard, who did get cut by the Texans. I think you're referring to O.J. Howard. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, either way, the Texans do need depth on the offensive line because George Fant, Josh Jones, Charlie Heck, Quisenberry are all UFAs, but Juice Scruggs is back. Howard, Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green, all 5 of those starters are going to be back, but you are going to need some depth bodies you're going to need depth on the offensive line, but, it's a good offensive tackle draft. You can get depth at offensive tackle. Greenard at 43 left end next to because you have Will Anderson, but Will Anderson is going to be back, but you're not going to have Greenard or Jerry Hughes. You may want to look at another edge rusher, Houston, and then you're losing both. You're losing your defensive tackle, Sheldon Rankins, and you're also losing Hassan Ridgeway. So defensive tackle, you do have Malik Collins, but you're losing Sheldon Rankins and Ridgeway, who you brought in for depth from San Francisco, who's familiar with that DeMeco Ryans defense, familiar with the culture too, and bringing some of that to Houston.
I've seen a little bit of the Texans this year. You've seen more of the Texans than I have. Because I know last year the Texans played a lot of 3 tight end sets with a lot of different people. What is the 3 tight end set looking like? Have they spread it out more now that they have C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Because the little bit I've seen, they spread out a little bit more, but I've still seen at least 2 tight end sets. So how are they doing that?
I know they've been using a little bit more 2 tight end sets and some 3 tight end sets in the goal line, but it's very sporadic, very spontaneous because they're trying to use their receiver depth and their tight end depth. But yeah, Spot Track has Will Anderson listed as an outside linebacker, But we both know Will Anderson's a defensive end, just for clarify. Will Anderson Jr. is a defensive end, but Spot Track has him listed as an outside linebacker due to his size. Denzel Perriman got injured, but Blake Cashman really did well against the Saints in relief of Perriman last week. And, I think Blake Cashman and Perriman, you are going to need a middle linebacker. You do have Christian Harris. I do like Christian Harris as the weak side linebacker, but you also have Toato. And the Texans did sign Majai Sanders because the Cardinals cut Majai Sanders, but the Texans picked him up. And I guess the Texans got the duration of his rookie deal since they traded for him. So Majai Sanders, Cardinals edge rusher, they spent a third-round pick on. He's now a Texan, Joey.
Yeah, and I like Majai Sanders. I like Sanders come out. So I think that was a good move, and I really give the Texans a hell of a lot of credit because they have had. I know I've given the Lions a massive amount of credit during the offseason, but I think the Texans have had just as good, if not better.
Honestly, the Texans have $75 million and Titans have $80 million. So if Chris Jones decided he wants to go to Tennessee or Houston, I think he would pick Houston because of the fit with the Mecco Ryans. But I could be wrong on that. Vrabel's a good defensive architect too. So that's a really tough call. But I could see the Texans making a splash for Chris Jones. That's a really tough call, though, with $75 million to spend. But yeah, I mean, what players could the Texans get with that? You could get Brian Burns. That's the other thing, Joey. You could get, because Greenard and Jerry Hughes are both free agents. So if Brian Burns isn't re-signed, you could get him and pair him with Anderson. That's a scary thought, considering that DeMeco Ryans, he would have two really good defensive ends in that situation. And even though Will Anderson's only got one sack this year, his sack numbers would go up if you put somebody like Burns across from him. Those numbers would go up in year two. So they would. I mean,
yeah. So yeah, and I agree. I do agree. It would be scary to think that Brian Burns would be in there with DeMeco Ryans as a head coach with that deep up-and-coming defensive line the way they are. I think they do need to upgrade defensive tackles, but I think the defensive tackles they have, if they don't upgrade them, will be just fine. So it's like to put Burns in that mix, that would be scary.
Yeah, and you could get
because if you get Burns, you may not need to. Yeah, if you get Burns, you may not need to upgrade defensive tackles because of the effect of Burns, and all them and the attention they bring. So
yeah,
I mean, you could be looking at something about the way Detroit's defensive lines responded this year.
Yep.
After they structured their defense the way they have with the defensive tackles playing as well. So you may have that effect, and that would be amazing in Houston.
Yeah, but they've got all this money to spend.
That's just speculation.
Yeah, they've got all this money to spend. It is speculation, like you said, but the Texans are interesting. They've got all this money they can spend. I think the Texans are fine at linebacker. They need cornerbacks, defensive tackles, and a second edge rusher. And I think with the $75 million, they are going to try to get as many big name free agents without overpaying them as humanly possible. Josh Uche did have double-digit sacks.
Here's a scenario, Chris. What if they got Burns and T. Higgins? Because Higgins is he's an incredibly talented receiver. If they got those two guys in safety,
yeah, there's a bunch of options. I think Brian Burns is probably the best one. But yeah, I'm looking at some of the defensive tackles. Leonard Williams is a free agent. You could get him as a defensive tackle. 16.3 million. I know he's listed as a 34 defensive end, but people forget he was a 43 defensive tackle at USC, and I think he was a 43 defensive tackle early in his career. When he got drafted by the Jets, so he had to transition to 34 defensive end, but he was a defensive tackle at college. Yeah, but he was a 43 defensive tackle at USC. So if you wanted him, you could bring him back. And 16.3 million for a star is a bargain, because I think Williams deserves closer to the 18, 19 million. Maybe not 20 million, but I think he's in the 18, 19 million range. So 16.3 million for Leonard Williams, I'll take that all day for a star player. I will take that all freaking day. I think he's worth more than that.
Everything that the Jets do defensively has gone through Williams. I mean, he is the one guy everybody worries about.
He's drafted by the Jets, and now he's on the Giants. And the Giants do have the Giants have that other nose tackle they got from Clemson, Dexter Lawrence. And Dexter Lawrence has opened some opportunities for Leonard Williams, but Leonard Williams is a player I would gamble on. I think 16.3 million, that's a bargain in terms of value with 75 million. You'd still have 59 million left to spend, and you could get another edge rusher. Just looking at the market values, Chase Young's market value is 17.8 million, but he can't stay healthy. Brandon Graham, the Eagles edge rusher, 5.7 million. I don't think he's leaving the Eagles if he wants a team-friendly deal. You could get Fowler, you could get Burns. Burns is going to be 23.4 million, but you get Burns and you get Burns and you get Leonard Williams, because honestly, Leonard Williams at 16.3 million is more enticing than Chris Jones at 32.6 million. It just is, because you're paying half of what you'd have to pay Chris Jones for a star. Not the superstar, but you're paying half of what you'd have to pay Chris Jones. I'd rather do that from a salary cap perspective.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about things that could happen this year and everything.
We're doing it because these teams have a shit ton of money.
Down the road, they are going to have to re-sign CJ Stroud.
They are, but that's not the fifth-year tender for Stroud does not apply until 2027. So CJ Stroud's fifth-year tender does not apply until 2027, guys. So that's why. And that's when the Texans offensive linemen become free agents. But the Texans are in a great position. The Texans, the Titans, the Bengals, the Panthers, all four of those teams have 45 million. They all have the luxury to spend. Well, the Panthers don't necessarily have the luxury to spend if they re-sign Derek Brown and Brian Burns. But we'll see what they do at the trade deadline if they try to make things interesting.
Yeah, because this goes back to what I was saying about the Titans. Is like, if their window of opportunity is biggest when the window is wide open when you're on a rookie contract with your quarterback. Because something we've seen with some of these teams that have signed big-time quarterback contracts, now they have to either draft incredibly well or sign everybody to one-year contract. And that is an incredibly touchy way to go.
Well, let's get we've already dealt with the easy teams that have a ton of cap space. Panthers 45 million, Titans 80 million, Bengals 70 million, Texans 75 million. Now we're getting to the hard teams. Jets 15.8 million and the Cowboys negative 11.2 million, with Dak, Lamb, and Parsons all potentially needing new contracts while you're nearly 12 million over cap. I would argue that scenario is almost as bad as the Chargers. But that's because you got stability with your stars. You see?
Yeah, because stars are great. You know how I feel about stars and how they operate. But if you don't have a supporting cast around them, how much is that star actually worth? I mean, it's like,
I don't.
Example,
if the here's the thing. We're not talking about the Browns. We're talking about the Jets and Cowboys. But I'm saying hypothetically, it's not.
And if they don't have anything around them, what good's the great player? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, that is a valid point. But I'm saying if the Cowboys don't, let me finish what I was going to say. if the Cowboys don't make the NFC title game, I'm not sure if they are going to keep Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons. I know they're going to keep Parsons, but I could see them moving on from Lamb or Dak. I could see them doing that because with $11 million over the cap, it is a hard decision because I don't think they have the money to pay all three of those if they're $12 million over the cap for next year. I don't know if they have the money to pay all three of them. You want to pay all three of them, but I don't know if they have the money to. That's the problem. Let's get to the Jets here, and then we'll come back to Dallas because the Jets have $15.7 million. You can use a fifth-year tender on Zach Wilson because Aaron Rodgers' contract runs through 2026. You fifth-year tender Wilson. Him and Rodgers are there until 2026. Tim Boyle is the current backup to Zach Wilson, and the Jets only paid him $887,774. Yeah, I sound like when
that's another tough decision because
Tim Boyle is not very good. I'm about as depressed as 5 Point Vids, the guy that does the podcasts with Grossi and Urinating Tree. When I said Tim Boyle, I got about as depressed as 5 Point Vids. But yeah.
I've seen 5 Points. He's entertaining, but he always seems depressed.
Yeah.
So, and it's like, I get what you're saying.
So I said Tim Boyle in the exact same voice as 5 Point Vids because Tim Boyle, putting him in this quarterback room, it's just depressing. I'm sorry, it is.
It is. And Zach Wilson, do I want to pay him that figure tender? Absolutely not. But at the same time, we saw Aaron Rodgers. He had 3 plays, and he was done. They said for the year, but I heard a rumor that he could be back after 4 to 6 weeks. That his recovery is going.
It is
better than anything anybody could have ever expected from any player. And this is Adrian Peterson level recovery, which was. I just heard that this morning. So I'm like, you want to keep Zach Wilson because he can at least hold down the fort. And we've seen that. Or do you want to go to Tim Boyle, who threw for 19 yards against the Browns when the Browns defense sucked and made any D3 college quarterback look like, Aaron Rodgers in his prime. Which one of those would you rather have? And I would say, I'd rather have Zach Wilson. Just keep him away from your mom. Outside of that, it's like, so are you willing to pay the money for Zach Wilson in that situation?
What the hell is happening in this Ohio State game, Joey? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Kyle McCord is 5 for 5. Kyle McCord is 5 for 5, 49 yards. And Aller's been throwing incompletions and making bad decisions early in the game. No picks, but underthrowing, overthrowing targets in third down situations with Aller, and McCord's 5 for 5.
That's the exact opposite that I expected.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. had the first drop of the game. But that was a bad throw by McCord. But Marvin Harrison Jr., he tried to catch it with one hand, but the accuracy on McCord's throw is off. Soon as we start praising McCord, he goes back to shitting the bed. But yeah, look at the Jets. Dalvin Cook's a UFA. You still have Breece Hall for 2 more years, Carter for 1 more year, Abanaconda for 3 more years after this year. You've got Nick Bodden at fullback. You have Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard for next year. Randall Cobb is a UFA. You are going to need a slot receiver for Wilson and Cobb. And that was 25 on Penn State with the breakup. I'll look that up later, but you look at Cobb, he's a free agent. The Jets tight ends are back. You're losing Dwan Brown at left tackle. You get Laken Tomlinson back at left guard. You didn't use a fifth-year tender on Mekhi Becton. He was a 2020 first-round pick, so I believe that makes him a UFA because I don't see any money next to the fifth-year tender. So I believe Becton's a UFA as well as Brown. So you are going to have to reload at offensive tackle, and you're only going to have $15.8 million. So you're not going to be able to get a good tackle in free agency. Luckily, the Jets are picking high enough in the draft. 25 on Penn State's had some nice big plays early. Another pass breakup. on this drive. He had a pass break up in the end zone. Now he had a second one on third down, breaking it. But yeah, but looking at the Jets, McGovern's a free agent too. So the Jets lose 3 starters, left tackle, right tackle, and center to free agency. Yeah.
And here's the thing for me. I think the Jets defense is solid. I think they can definitely reload. I think there's room for improvement there. But the Jets offensive line, I think the receivers are solid. I don't think they're great, but I think they're solid.
You do need to upgrade at slot receiver, Joey. You do need a third receiver because Randall Cobb's a UFA. Corey Davis retired, and right now Brownlee, Xavier Gibson, and Irvin Charles would be your competing for your slot receiver job. You can get an upgrade over Cobb in the upgrade over those guys in the draft in the second or third round. You are going to lose your left tackle, your right tackle, and Connor McGovern. And Elijah Vera Tucker tore his ACL in week 6, so he might not be ready for the beginning of the season. He should be back by week 5 of next season, though, at the latest. But you look at the Jets.
Tucker will.
I don't know if he gets a fifth-year tender.
Will alleviate some of that, but he can play all 5 positions.
Yeah, he can.
He will alleviate something, I think, in the interior of that offensive line.
But does he get a fifth-year tender, or the Jets say, you tore your ACL twice, you tore your left and right ACL in back-to-back years, we're not going to tender you. If they do that, it'd be a dick move, but I could see the Jets doing that. But the tender wouldn't take effect until 2025, though. Quentin Williams and John Franklin Myers are under contract. Carl Lawson is only making $3 million. And even though Carl Lawson began the year as the starting 43 right, and Jermaine Johnson was starting in the Monday night game. I think Lawson came in early, but Lawson didn't start the opener, I think. Lawson wasn't active in the opener. Jermaine Johnson came in and played respectably against Josh Allen. So I do think Jermaine Johnson will pick up where Lawson leaves at right end next year, and you'll have McDonald as a situational edge. And you do need to get another defensive tackle to pair with Quentin Williams, but that looks good. Bryce Huff is a UFA. Mosley's under contract for 1 more year. Quincy Williams is under contract for 2 more years. Mosley's making $21.4 million next year. I'm looking at can you buy him out? Buying out Mosley saves you $11 million. I don't want to buy out Mosley. You have $15 million, but if you want to get up to $26 million, or if there's somebody you want, he's somebody you could sacrifice. But I'd rather keep him if possible.
Yeah, I've always liked Mosley. I wouldn't want to just cut him, but he may fall into that category of financial sacrifice.
Yeah. And then the Jets safeties are free agents. Chuck Clark, Ashton Davis, Adrian Amos, Eccles. And now we're going to get to the Cowboys. Greg Zuerlein's a free agent. And Morstead, free agent too.
Yeah, because while the defensive line has been really good, those safeties have been the heart of the defensive backfield.
And they're all free agents, so.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
That's going to suck for the Jets.
It is. And we're getting to our final team, the Dallas Cowboys. And then here we go, negative $11.8 million. Looking at the contracts here. Oh, Cooper Rush and Trey Lance are both under contract for next year. You could buy one of them out to get under the cap if you only wanted 2 quarterbacks. I thought Rush's deal ended after this season. Wrong. Both Rush and Lance are under contract till 2025. But you do have the option to use a 5th-year tender on Lance. Obviously, the Cowboys are not going to do that since Dak's in the final year of his deal. So all QBs are going to be 2025 free agents.
I thought Rush was doing a pretty nice job as a backup. He was doing his job as a backup. He wasn't spectacular, but he was able to hold the phone. So the Trey Lance move was weird to me. But you can get out of Trey Lance's contract in a year. So they're not going to give him a 5th-year option. So,
yeah.
The big thing for me is you're never going to keep Mika perfect. Mika has the only reason we said he wasn't top 5 pick was because of his off-field stuff. So we all thought he was a top 3.
Yeah, he was my number 1 defensive player in the draft.
He's proven it.
And most people had him as the number 1 defender. Yeah, he was. Tony Pollard is a UFA. You can't really... Tony Pollard's going to be a free agent. You can RFA tender Rico Dowdle and get a third running back in the draft to pair with Dowdle and Vaughn. And you have Hunter Lupecki. My top fullback in the 2023 draft is a Cowboy. The Cowboys did get him as a UDFA. I want to cut Michael Gallup, but the problem is cutting Michael Gallup only saves $800,000 in cap space because Gallup has a dead cap of $13,050,000 and he has a base salary of $13,850,000. So if you cut Gallup, you only save $800,000. You cut Cooks, you save $6 million. This is tough. I don't want to cut any of those 3, but Cooks is probably the guy who's going to go if somebody does go. Unfortunately, because
I agree. I really like Gallup, but Gallup has not been the same since that knee injury. And let's face it, I saw that knee injury when it happened.
I do think Dallas will move on from him, but they don't want to move on from him yet because Gallup's in. If you're only going to save $800,000 by cutting him and you have him under contract till 2027, I'd keep him another year. It just makes more sense. And then you move on from him in 2025.
Because it was a brutal knee injury.
Yeah.
Because it was a brutal knee injury, and it may take him a little longer to recover, to get back to that full 100%. So if you're got him under contract till 2027, let's see if he might recover next year.
Yeah.
And that Michael Gallup.
Because he's making $6.7 million this year and $13.8 million in 2024. He makes $15.85 million in 2025. That is when you start looking to move him. I'll quickly look at the contract here. And 2025, you can cut Gallup and you would save $7,150,000. You would save $11,500,000 in $11.5 million in 2026 when he turns 30. So yeah, either way, you keep Gallup till 2025 or 2026. I do think you have to draft another receiver to pair with Lamb. Lamb's a player you're going to have to extend. You're going to have to extend Dak. I just don't know where that money's going to come from. I think Cook's $6 million. You cut him, you reload at receiver. It's unfortunate, but that's just the reality of the situation. You have Shoemaker and Ferguson.
Dak was extended once to a short-term extension.
Yep.
He lost a year of that with the injury. So you kind of, at this point, you know what Dak is, and Dak is a star.
Yep.
But you have a few stars on that team, and they all need to be paid. So Dak's not a superstar. He's just.
And Zach Martin's contract runs through 2025. Zach Martin's contract runs through 2025. Yes, Jerry Jones did pay him, but he's only getting paid $28.5 million, and you're stuck with the contract. You cannot cut him or else you take a cap hit. So you cannot, and you don't want to cut Zach Martin anyway. He's the best guard in the league, the best right guard in the league. So you don't want to get rid of that player. You want him on your team. I mean, the only player Dallas, because you have to pay Dak, you have to pay Parsons, and you have to pay CeeDee Lamb, and you're $11.8 million over the cap. So yes, you're in a difficult position. DeMarcus Lawrence is the one player you can cut to save $10 million in cap space. Fowler's a UFA, as is Dorrance Armstrong, but you would still have Sam Williams, your 2022 second-round pick from Ole Miss. You still have Chauncey Golson, and you still have Filiami Fahoku from San Jose State. So you'd have some guys
and here's the thing
at edge rusher.
The Jones family and their drafting is that you both love and hate. They will either A, draft some of the best players in the league, or B, they will draft them up. No in between. Which means you're going to have a lot of high contracts. So that's the problem that they face now is that, they had a lot of bust during that time with Parsons, Prescott, and all them. But at the same time, they drafted Parsons, Prescott, and
See, that's the
where
thing.
The problem comes in.
After you extended Dak, you were able to get Lamb and Parsons on a rookie deal. Now you have to pay all three of them, and that's where this gets super complicated.
Yeah.
But Lawrence is Lawrence is as good as gone. I don't know who else. You could cut Leighton Vander Esch. His injury history is an issue at this point, and Leighton Vander Esch would save $2.5 million against the cap. That's a toss-up for me, but I can see why you're leaning towards yes at this point, because the $2.5 million, $2.5 million does get you.
Yeah, Van Der Esch is an amazing player. I really like Van Der Esch as a player, but like you said, his injury history is well documented on several surgeon tables. So it's like at some point you gotta say, is enough enough when it comes to dealing with the injury, and does the injury history finally get to the point that it outweighs the talent?
Yeah, so
I think the Van Der Esch,
if
you're
you
getting really close to outweighing the talent.
if you cut DeMarcus Lawrence and Van Der Esch, you have $1.5 million in cap space. You cut Cooks, those two, you're up to $7.5 million in cap space, and then you would have then you have a few other players. You could cut Malik Hooker or Donovan Wilson too, but I don't think Dallas wants to cut Malik Hooker with him under contract for 4 more years and with Wilson under contract. I don't think they want to move either one of those players. So, I mean, but I'll quickly look at where they could get up to. I just want to see what their max is for they can't cut Malik Hooker till 2025. Okay, I did not know that. Yesterday it looked like they could cut him before 2024 and then 2025, so $3.3 million. So they can get out of Donovan Wilson. No, they can't. So they're stuck with the safeties until 2025. So they can't get out of those contracts until 2025, but they probably will in order to pay. They'll probably fifth-year tender Parsons, but not pay him yet. And then they'll worry about Dak and Lamb's deals and then cut the safeties to pay Parsons. That's probably the best way to approach this if you're Dallas. Because you want to pay Parsons now, but if you pay Parsons now, you might not have money to pay Dak and Lamb. So you pay Dak and Lamb, fifth-year tender Parsons, and you pay him in 2025 and cut the safeties to save cap space to pay Parsons. That's just the most logistical move.
Or something that the Bengals did with Joe Burrow. They extended him early to put a clause in that contract that that new contract didn't go into effect until 2027. So
no, 2025, I believe.
Another route for me. Is 2025? I thought it was 20.
No,
whatever. But they, but they're extending out and making them play through the rookie deal and then sign. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, it's like maybe doing that.
Because I look at Dallas, you're going to have to reload at running back. You're going to have to reload at center and left tackle. You're going to have to reload at linebacker. And you're going to have to reload at safety. Those are the positions you're going to have to, maybe corner too, because Jordan Lewis and Gilmore are UFAs. You've got Diggs and Deron Bland for next year, but your number 3 corner for next season at the moment is Nashawn Wright out of Oregon State and Eric Scott Jr. Those are not ideal corners. So you're going to need a nickel corner. You're going to need a safety. You're going to need multiple linebackers. And you're going to need a left tackle as well as a receiving target if you cut Brandon Cooks. There's a lot of routes Dallas could go. We're going to hop into the draft simulator, and then we're going to go straight to Emmanuel Watson's Yahoo draft at 1 p.m. But we're going to quickly hop into this draft simulator here. Okay, so mock draft database doesn't work again. So we're just going to go to Pro Football Network like we did. And we'll just quickly get through this here. We're going to do we're going to do a fast draft since time is of the essence. We'll try to avoid trades, but what teams do you want? Of the 6 we have, what teams do you want? I'm going to take the Cowboys. And since you were the Steelers last week and you're a Browns fan, I'll take the Jets, even though I'm a Patriots fan. So that gives you the Bengals. And You can have the Bengals and Titans, and then we'll group pick for the. Then we'll group pick for the Titans and Panthers. You can pick for the Bengals and Texans, and then the Jets and Cowboys will be my teams. And I put it on fast speed because I do have Emmanuel Watson's fantasy draft, and I've got all 7 rounds. So I put it on fast draft here because we've got to get through this. Titans, I'm not even accepting trades. 12-50 is a good deal for 8, but I'm not accepting trades because we're in a hurry. It's like, yeah, that's why. So Joe Alt's off the board. Olu Fashanu and Joe Alt are both off the board. Damn it. You know, we already have a good tight end. You know what? I'm going to take Kalen King, the Penn State corner. These Penn State defensive backs have looked good against Ohio State, and we do need a replacement for Christian Fulton and Sean Bunting Murphy. So I'm going to take Kalen King. Oh, wait, that was your pick. Shit. Sorry. Oh, wait, that was a group pick. Sorry. That was a Titans are group team, Joey. That's my fault. But yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So for the
I was wondering who we were picking for.
We were group picking for the Titans. Yeah, I just jumped right in and took Kalen King. Dallas Turner was there, but the Titans have 2 edge rushers. We could have taken Ibuka, but right now Penn State's corners are looking good against Ohio State's receivers. So I said, you know what? Let's go with Kalen King for the Titans because the Titans are losing 2 corners. Their top 2 corners, Fulton and Sean Bunting Murphy, are UFAs. That's why I went Kalen King. The other corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry, was off the board. The Jets are up. This is my team, and then the Bengals, your team, the team you're picking for, is up. So I'm up, and then you're up, and then I could take J.J. McCarthy here and groom him behind Aaron Rodgers. I know it's unconventional, but we're going to do something different. We're going to get at Rodgers a Randall Cobb replacement. Keon Coleman, Florida State. And I'm making sure. Okay, so Egbuka's gone. Egbuka got picked by the damn Falcons. So Keon Coleman's a Jet. Keon Coleman, Garrett Wilson. Yeah. You're up, Joey, but yeah. You're up with the Bengals at 18. I just took Keon Coleman. Yeah. Keon Coleman's off the board. I just picked him, and now I've got a wide receiver trio of Garrett Wilson, Al Lazard, and Keon Coleman. And I have Coleman and Wilson still on rookie deals. So it positions well because I can cut Lazard when he becomes too much of a cap casualty to pay Garrett Wilson, and I have a good number 2 in Coleman. But Coleman can start out as a slot as well. So Coleman's a Jet. Who do you want with the Bengals here at 18? I know I threw a monkey wrench into your plans. Jerzon Newton, the top defensive tackle, is available if you'd like to replace DJ Reader. He's available at 18. He has no business being available at 18, but he's there. Nate Wiggins, the Clemson corner, is there. But you've already got good corners. You've already got 3 good corners for next year. Xavier Worthy is there. Xavier Worthy is the best receiver on the board. So,
yeah, I think there are a few really good players on the board right now. So, I'm really, I've got to look at.
What position you want me to pull up? Give me a position. I'll pull up and read you the list of players.
Yeah, I'm going to go with what is the best offensive tackle available? Because I got one on mine. I just want to make sure there's nobody.
Suamadia is my number. Suamadia, the BYU left tackle, is the best offensive tackle, but the best right tackle on the board is Amarius Mims out of Georgia. He is still available at 18. You could get Graham.
Mims was the one I had in mind.
All right. So
Mims was the guy I had in mind.
So that's your pick? So we're replacing Jonah Williams with Mims. All right. And the Texans are up, and you're going to be picking for the Texans. They do own the Browns' first-round pick here. Jerzon Newton is available. He would be an excellent fit for this defense. He did get a quarterback pressure against Fashanu, the Penn State player, in the game I watched between Penn State and Illinois. So, yeah. You want Zerzon Newton, or do you want me to look up another position? You want me to pick a position, edge, corner, receiver? What do you want me to look up? If you're unsure about the player, but you want me to look up a certain position, I can do that.
Can you look up defensive tackle, see which defensive tackle is available?
Jerzon Newton, the Illinois defensive tackle, my number one defensive tackle's on the board at 21. He's also the best available player. Yeah, I'm still here, Joey. I'm still here. Jerzon Newton. Newton's not only the best defensive tackle on the board, he's the BPA, best player available. He is available at 21. And I have him in the top half of the draft. That's how good Newton is. I have him in the top half of the draft, most mocks at this point.
I'll go with Newton on this one because, the
Texans
need to, the Texans definitely need to keep building that defensive line because I think they're just a piece or two away from really being one of the better defensive lines in the NFL.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me. I'm looking at all my options. I think it's too early for a running back. I think it's there are some good receivers available. Worthy, Roma Dunes, Troy Franklin's my wide receiver 4. I might be able to get a receiver later. Kingsley Suamadia is my number 3 offensive tackle. I did give him to the Packers last week. It'd be kind of boring to repeat, though. I'm just looking at my other options. Linebacker, I don't think there's a first-round linebacker. And the best safety on the board is Cameron Kitchens. And while I do have a first-round grade on Kitchens, I am going to go with my receiver 4, Troy. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go with, I am going to do that. I'm going to take Troy Franklin, Oregon, and he will be the Brandon Cooks replacement. So we're up with the Panthers at 33, Joey. The best overall players on the board are McCarthy and Penix. We're not going to do that, obviously. Leonard Taylor is available. Leatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, is available if we move on from Brian Burns. He's a first rounder in my mock. Washington's Braylon Trice is also available at edge rusher here. Cooper Beebe is available if we wanted to get a better guard for Bryce Young. But I think Corbett and Brady Christensen are effective when healthy. The best receiver on the board is Adonai Mitchell. Odunze got picked. Xavier Worthy got picked by the Lions. So we're in a tough spot here with the Panthers. I think outside Mitchell and Corley are the 2 second rounders, but I think they're both slight reaches in terms of value at 33. I think Leatu Latu is the best pick. I like Adonai Mitchell.
And he's a Georgia guy.
He's from Georgia.
And he's got good size, and he may be something that the Panthers could work with because of, like we mentioned earlier, they need players that fit.
We can either go with Latu and get that edge rusher, or we can go with Adonai Mitchell. And I think Latu's a bigger need and the better value pick. But if we go offense, I'm thinking Mitchell. If we go defense, it's Leatu Latu. It's got to be one of those two at this point.
Yeah, so which one are you thinking?
I'm thinking Latu because I have a first-round grade on Latu and a second on Mitchell, but they're both players that fill needs for the Panthers. And Latu should not be here. Wes has Latu in his top 5. I think he's a late first-round pick, back-end first-round pick, but Wes has Latu in his top 5. That should say a lot.
Really?
Wes Langley, he mocked Latu the Broncos at 4.
In this case, then, because I do hold Wes in high regard, I'll go with Wes on this.
Because he has Latu ahead of Jared Verse.
Wes says this guy's in his top 5. Let's go.
All right. So the Titans, the other team we're group picking for up. Both McCarthy and Penix fell to round 2. This is fantastic, Joey. I just don't trust Will Levis. I'm sorry. I don't trust Levis. I'm taking another quarterback. I didn't think either of those guys would be available at 8. And we're getting up in the second round. So, yeah, we're picking McCarthy here. It pains me to do this as an Ohio State fan. It pains me to do this.
Yeah, for me, it's a difficult position because the Titans are a difficult team to grab for. I mean, and normally I'd say I would try to veto that, but look at the Titans' track record. They've drafted 2 quarterbacks in round 2 in the last 2 years. I mean, they're just basically throwing darts at the board, hoping they find a quarterback. So until one of these guys actually shows that they're the guy, I can't say they're not going to do it again. I mean, does that make sense?
Yes. A lot of sense. Texans are up. The Texans are up at 44. The Howie Roseman just took Jatavian Sanders, tight end. Jatavian Sanders, the Texas tight end. Howie Roseman just took him 1 pick before you're up. Howie Roseman is continuing to piss us off in the draft simulator. Yeah. Dallas Goedert's getting older, but that Sanders at that point in round 2 is fantastic value. So Howie Roseman just pissing you off 1 pick. Adonai Mitchell is still there. Yeah, Adonai Mitchell is there. Adonai Mitchell is there. He's 49 on PFN's board. He's my top second-round receiver. And you know, you could get him. You get Will Shipley as a complimentary back. He's really high on the PFN boards. He's higher than where I have him ranked. But yeah, you could get Braylon Allen. There's a lot of options. I would wait to get a running back. There's a lot of options. I just don't know who you get though at this point. I have a first rounder on JT Tuimoloau. You know, JT Tuimoloau, the Ohio State edge rusher, is there. I have a first round grade on him. He had the 2 sacks against Notre Dame, both the offensive tackles on Notre Dame. He's there in round 2. You could get him as an edge rusher to pair with Anderson here. That's a good value pick.
I think I'm going to reach for a guy that I think will mesh really well.
Yeah.
With DJ Stroud. I'm going to go with Johnny Wilson from Florida State.
Let me see if he's on the board. I'm looking to see if he's on the board here. Yes, he is. He's 92 on PFN's board, but he's available, and I made sure to pick him. So, yes, Johnny Wilson. The Raiders take Shedeur Sanders. That is a dream. That's a dream for Orrin. Shedeur Sanders going to the Raiders. I know Orrin would be very happy about that as a fan, but, you know, you took Mims in the first round. The best receiver on the board is Jalen McMillan. You could also you could also get Chris Jenkins, the Michigan defensive tackle, or you could get him.
Who am I?
Bengals. You're picking for the Bengals here. It's second round. You took Mims, the Georgia right tackle, in the first round. So, I mean, you're kind of in a tough spot, Joey, because most of the players at a position of need are just not there at the moment. Tough spot to be in.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go.
Let me see the tight end.
And hope he's there. Is Blake Corum there?
I'm checking the tight end rankings. Wow, so the Jatavian Sanders is gone. I was seeing if Cade Stover was there, the Ohio State tight end. I think Cade Stover's been picked because or maybe he's lower on the board. Because I've scrolled from 120 to 398, and Cade Stover is available. I just checked; he is available. Cade Stover, Ohio State tight end. Yeah, if you want him. And Corum is also there if you want him. So
I'm going to go because I think part of the reason that the Bengals have struggled a little bit is that during the injury to Joe Burrow, that, while they have one pretty good running back, they need another. I think if Burrow is going to struggle at any time, I think this really reflects the need to get a second running back to try to rely on.
Yeah, I'm looking at my options here. Buccaneers just took Braylon Allen. I like Estime, but I think I can get him because Estime is 113 on PFN. I think I can get him in round 3. I'm just thinking strategy here. Grant, I'm going to take the guy I mocked to Dallas at 24. Jordan Morgan, left tackle, Arizona. He's going to be a Cowboy. I mocked him to Dallas in round 1 at pick 24. So Jordan Morgan is a Cowboy. All right, 12:55. We got to speed this up because Emmanuel Watson's mock draft starts in 5 minutes, so we got to speed up round 3. Panthers, it's round 3. I'm going. I think Tyler Nubin. How do you feel about Tyler Nubin, the Minnesota safety in round 3? I think he's a second round prospect, really good value. We're group picking. Oh, Tyleik Williams. Let's get him in case we lose Derek Brown. Tyleik Williams is a nice value pick for Carolina here. Yeah, we'll go with Williams here. And the Jets. The Jets are up. What have I done with the Jets? I went Keon Coleman. I have not picked since then. I'm just trying to think. We're going to go with Talise Fuaga, the Oregon State right tackle. I wish we had a better answer at left tackle, but the Jets are a team that's going to need multiple offensive tackles. We can get no, you know what? No, we're going to take Patrick Paul out of Houston. I have a first round grade on Houston's Patrick Paul. So Patrick Paul is going to be the Jets blind side here. And the Bengals are now up at 80. I took the left, the Bengals are up at 80. And you could take Stover. He's still there if you want your tight end at 80. I mean, Dane Brugler is a third on Stover. PFN is a fourth on him. I have a second on Stover. He's there at 80. If you want Cade Stover, Ohio State.
He's there at 80. I'll take him.
All right.
I'll take him. Good value.
All right. So the Cowboys are up, and I've already made 2 picks with Troy Franklin and Jordan Morgan. But I'm going to go with the player. I think Jalen Ford, linebacker, Texas, is going to be my pick for Dallas. And then you're up with the Texans at 93.
Am I up with?
Houston. Texans are up. And you took a receiver and a defensive tackle. You took Johnny Wilson and Jerzon Newton with the Texans. Best edge on the...
My thought process with the Texans is take the best player available. Upgrade a team.
Best available player on the PFN board is Mekhi Wingo, LSU. But Kalen Bullock, USC safety, is there. Fabian Lovett is there, the defensive tackle from Florida State that you wanted last time before Howie Roseman screwed you over. He's available at this spot if you want another defensive tackle.
Yeah, well, I don't think they need to double up a defensive tackle, unfortunately, or else I would have loved that pick. And I believe that they're only a couple players away from really being dangerous, both offensively and defensively. I'm looking through here, and sorry, I forgot to update my draft board.
No problem.
I'm updating that now. So I'm looking at this, and the one guy, based on what we have and what I've taken. I'm going to look at a guy that may not be The sexy pick would be a guy that I think can potentially come in and help immediately, and that's Tate Ratledge, offensive guard from Georgia.
Let me see if Tate Ratledge is there. I have made the pick official. Panthers are up in round 4. I'm gonna go with I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give the Panthers. I'm thinking Will Shepard. Will Shepard would be a great fit for Carolina here. Vanderbilt receiver. Get him as a slot. The Jets. I'm looking at the Jets here. We went Patrick Paul and we went Keon Coleman. I'm looking at the QB options here. I'm going to go with Tyler Van Dyke and get him as a successor to Rodgers. I know it's a classic pick, but, Titans, I'm looking at the options here. We could get Bucky Irving, I guess, do we get a left tackle for the Titans? No, we did not. Let's get Jack Nelson, Wisconsin for Tennessee. Jack Nelson, steal at this point in round 4. That's a steal at this point in the draft. Fabian Lovett. I'm just going to mock Lovett to the Jets. They do need another defensive tackle. He's a bargain this late in the 4th round. The Bengals are up, Joey. It's pick 111.
I've got a couple guys I'm looking at here. They're in the face. Tell me, is Nazir Stackhouse still available? Defensive tackle, Georgia?
I don't believe he is. He usually gets picked in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah, I was hoping that he might have fallen.
Although I don't see him in the simulator. He's available. 1/5 Nazir is available. Nazir's available. Too late. I clicked it. Okay. You're up again with the Texans. Yes, you're up with the Texans.
At this point, I'm going to double up at defense. I'm going to double up at defensive tackle, and I'm going to take a guy that he's a prospect.
The best player on the board. Yeah, fantasy basketball, Joey. I'm on the clock. I've got 3 choices in 30 seconds. LaMelo Ball, Charlotte. I'm not picking him. Kevin Durant or Damian Lillard. Who should my first round pick be? Lillard with the Bucks in Milwaukee or Kevin Durant with the Suns? This is a tough one. I've got 20 seconds, Joey.
Lillard.
All right. Lillard is the pick. And as soon as we finish the draft, I promise you we will live stream Emmanuel's draft as soon as I should have messaged him. This is
I'm going to take.
Who do you want?
I'm going to take Dante Corley, Cincinnati defensive tackle.
Corleone's an underclass. He's really good. Like he is.
Yeah.
Panthers.
He's a little bit of a prospect. He's a little bit of a project. He's younger, but he's.
Jaheim Bell is a steal in round 5. We're going to take him with the Panthers. I'm just trying to hurry through as much of this as possible. Because I want to get back. Okay, so I'm back on the clock. I'm a little bit. So Anthony Davis is the best player on the board. I could take Trae Young. I already have a point guard though. Devin Booker is available. I'm leaning towards either Booker or Booker. Booker's a good player. Let's get Devin Booker here to pair with Damian Lillard.
Sounds good.
All right, and we promise
Booker,
Devin Booker. So yes, apparently the Panthers are up, and I guess we'll go with T'Vondre Sweat. I was a big fan of T'Vondre Sweat at Texas defensive tackle, so let's get him. Blake Fisher, the Notre Dame right tackle, still there in round 5. That's just criminally unfair. I mean, that is. He's there. I mean, I think I have a second on Blake Fisher. He's there in round 5, though, if you want him, Joey.
And who's this for?
Bengals at 142.
Bengals, yeah, they can afford to just draft that player available, take Fisher.
Blake Fisher's a bargain in round 5. I mean, I think he's a much higher prospect than that. The Panthers, we're going to go with Torrey Horton. We'll get another weapon for Bryce Young. Torrey Horton this late. And Zion Tupelo-Fitai from Washington edge rusher. We're going to get him for the Panthers in round 6. The Jets, we're going to get, I don't know who I want to get for the Jets here. I'm looking through my options. I'm not really, you know what? Let's gamble on another pit. No, we're not going to gamble on Bartholomew here. That would be stupid. I just don't know who I want here. I don't know why Kyle McCord's in the damn simulator. And I don't know what I want to do with the Jets. Freaking Ugalele, we'll get him. I think I already picked a quarterback, but there's so many quarterbacks I'm high on this year. Let's take a look at my Jets picks. So I took Patrick Paul. I did not draft a right tackle. Let's do that now. I've got Robert Scott Jr. pretty high on my board. Yeah, most of the key right tackles are gone, but I'll take the Washington right tackle Roger Rosengarten here. And then the Titans. Oh, the Bengals are up. Bengals are back up. That best player available, Joey, is the best player available is best player on the board for the Bengals is Bo Lim. Who? Who'd you say, Joey?
What's the best safety?
Best safety. Kenny Logan, Kansas. Lathan Ransom's also there, though, as is Richardson. There's also a safety from Southern Miss, Jay Stanley. Malachi Moore. Yam Banks from South Alabama is there. I'm in the 400s now. I'm just scrolling through the safeties until Joey gives me a name. 2 picks until my 3rd round pick in the NBA, in Emmanuel's fantasy basketball draft. The first name was Kenny Logan, Kansas safety. Malachi Moore, Alabama. All right.
He's a really smart player.
Yeah. Best player on the board is Karl Anthony Towns. There is a medical saying game time decision, but I do need a big to complement Lillard and Booker. Towns in the 3rd round is really nice value. We're going to get him as that starter in the NBA draft. So yeah, he's going to be our, so that's going to be, and then once Matt's mind-blowing team makes their pick, we will make our pick for round 4. I really wanted to showcase this draft. It's okay, so I've got a minute to make my 4th round pick. We've got Cade Cunningham, Bam Adebayo, and Towns is listed as a power forward. So we can get Bam Adebayo here. We could also get Miles Turner. Could get Darius Garland as a 3rd guard. He's available. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. Jaylen Brown. I'm locking in Jaylen Brown. He is the Robin to
Yeah, Jaylen Brown for the Celtics.
That's a good pick in round 4. That's not even up for discussion. I think he's a steal at this point in round 4. So we got Lillard, Booker, Jaylen Brown, and Karl Anthony Towns as our power forward. We can still get a center later in the draft. So yeah. But yep, Malachi Moore is your pick. All right, I'm trying my best here. Malachi Moore. Titans.
Doing fine.
Best player on the board here is Kuth, who was in our tight end rankings, but I'm not overly excited about him. I mean, is there anybody at this point in the draft that I care for? Not really. I like Jalen Catalon. The Titans do have good safeties, though. They don't really need a safety. I don't know who to pick here. Honestly, I'm at the 270s point of the draft.
Look at defensive tackle.
All right. I mean, the Titans are a team we're co-picking, so I think I'll let you make the pick. Fisk, Van, Ty Hamilton, Ohio State. Parrish Shant, LSU. Judge Culpepper, Toledo. I love that name. I know it's a reach, but that is an awesome name. I might just read his scouting report.
Hamilton's still there?
Hamilton, what college?
Hamilton's still there, running back from Ohio State?
Defensive tackle, Ohio State. Ty Hamilton, yes. He's there.
Okay, the other one. Look at running back, because at some point they're going to have to start preparing.
They've got Spears.
Going, and I think they'll have to.
They've got Spears, though.
But you're replacing Henry. And you're replacing Henry.
I'm looking at
So I want to be sure.
Yeah, I get that, man. How do you feel about Frank Gore Jr. here? As a complimentary piece to
What was the name? Sorry.
Frank Gore Jr., son of Frank Gore. How do you feel about him as a complimentary piece to Spears? Frank Gore Jr., son of Frank Gore. It's the sixth round at this point. But how do you feel about Frank Gore Jr. at this point? Ray Davis is also there. He went off against Florida a few weeks ago, the Kentucky running back. Ray Davis is also available.
That's I don't know Frank Gore Jr. What are Frank Gore Jr.'s, what's his weight? Because I know Frank Gore was great in between the tackles, and I think that's what they need. So what's his weight? Because I want to make sure he can hit the hole. Like
Rashawn Ali, who led the country in rushing yards, is also there. Scouting report coming soon.
Really? Ali is there?
Yeah, Ali is there.
I don't think he would have been there at this point.
No, he's available.
I didn't think he'd be there at this point.
Yeah. So Rasheed Ali's the first pick to start round 7. And we're back on the clock. I'm seeing what receiver options are available here. Calhoun, Jermaine Burton, Julian Fleming. Let's get Brendan Rice in round 7 with the Titans. Get another weapon. I don't know where exactly I had him ranked in the receiver rankings, but these receivers are all over the place. We already took a left tackle, though. That's the thing. I'm not opposed to a right tackle, but the value's got to be there. Christian Mahogany, I've seen him as high as the 3rd. I mean, Christian Mahogany was a 3rd-round pick in the preseason. Now he's listed at 240 on PFN Simulator, but he was he was in the 70s range back in August.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Christian Mahogany, right guard.
That far?
Yeah, he was listed in the 70s in the preseason. Now he's in 240 range. Like back in August, PFN had him in the 70s. Now he's at 240. Let's get him.
I thought he was gone.
No.
I would have taken him earlier. Take him.
Yeah, like why is he dropping that low on the boards? The Bengals are up at 204. Texans and Bengals.
No,
You're up with the Texans and Bengals, and it's my turn to draft. So I'm looking at DeAndre Ayton. I'm looking at Zach Levine. I'm looking at Scotty Barnes. You know what? We're going with Oklahoma City's Chet Holmgren, number 2 pick in the 2022 NBA draft. We're Holmgren here. So Damian Lillard, Booker, Jaylen Brown, Karl Anthony Towns, and Chet Holmgren are my bigs. Pretty unique combination so far, Joey. I mean, it's not a bad combination, and kind of looking at Walker Kessler. I'm also looking at Juliet Randle. We can also go at Jarrett Allen. Nikola Vucevic, the Bulls center, is also there. This is a tough pick to make. I'm not a fan of Nick Claxton. We could get Scotty Barnes. I mean, Scotty Barnes is effective. Brandon Ingram's there. Brandon Ingram, 111 three-pointers made last year. And Brandon Ingram was one of two players in the Pelicans to average over 20 points a game. So, Brandon...
Okay.
It's
because I was going to say, when you just said three-pointers and didn't give any context, I was like, well, hell, in this day and age, anybody can hit 111 three-pointers, so what's the...
Well, Julius Randle can hit 183,
overall?
but he choked in the playoffs. Like, he choked in the NBA playoffs. I'm not sure I want him on my team. Let's get... Ingram can play three positions, shooting guard, small forward, and power forward. Let's get Ingram. Just 417 rebounds, just a pretty good player to pair with our core. And I promise you, I want to get...
That's a really good... That's a really good...
and we got him in the 6th round.
Blend.
Yeah, we got him in the 6th round. So we got Lillard, Devin Booker, Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram, Karl Anthony Towns from the Timberwolves, who can play center and power forward. And then we got Chet Holmgren from Oklahoma City. That's the first 6 picks we've made. Not a bad combo. That's a pretty lethal combo, Joey.
No.
Because we got the starters. We still need a center, but Holmgren's listed as our forward. So we got 2 bigs at power forward and forward, but we do need a center to round out the lineup. I'll look at the centers here. Who's available? Nick Claxton, Jarrett Allen, Vucevic, Alperen Sengun, Rudy Gobert, Brook Lopez. I mean, there's some decent centers available. The only centers that have...
Brook Lopez is there?
Brook Lopez has made the most three-pointers of the centers. But Rudy Gobert is the most rebounds. Vucevic and the Bulls are the most total points.
And I have to ask this about your league. What gives you the most points? Rebounds, blocks, threes?
It's best. You get a point if you outrank your opponent in points, assists, rebounds. That's how the scoring works. So you need you need balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, you already have plenty of points. You have guys who can make the three.
And Rudy Gobert is
rebound.
Gobert is the best rebounder of the group. So yeah.
I would go with Gobert.
Yeah, and then the number 2 rebounder is Nikola Vucevic of the Bulls, and then Clint Capella comes in at 3. Brook Lopez is the worst rebounder, but he's the best scorer of the guys available. All right, let's Texans are up, Joey. Let's get your pick in. There's 9 picks until my pick. We're in round 7. I put Emmanuel on hold for half the draft. I want to finish this and then try to reach out to him. Or at least stream the draft.
Yes,
I haven't messaged him yet. I'll message him. I just want to get the I just want to get this draft over with first. Texans top safety. Texans top safety is Jalen Catan, Texas. I'm a big fan of him. I liked him at Arkansas. Bengals are up. And
Bengals. Okay, top tight end.
Brant Kuth, Utah tight end is available. I have him in the 4th round. He's there in round 7, though. You're back on the clock at 206, and then I'm up at 207. Anis Smith is there. You could take him again. Anis Smith is available. The Texas A&M receiver. He's available. You take him again. He's available at 2.
Okay, hey Smith. I love Smith.
Yeah.
He's a guy I've loved for years.
I'm gonna go with Clemson center Will Putnam for the Cowboys at 207 because Baez is a free agent. Not a conventional pick, but it is a need.
Good pick.
And we need a running back. We don't have a running back to replace Pollard. What do we have to work with here? Whittington, Oregon. Devin Neal, Kansas. Trey Sanders, TCU. Some of these guys are in my rankings. Jace McClain, Alabama.
Whittington for Oregon is a guy I like.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a difference maker right now, but he's a guy I like, so let's go with that.
You know what would piss off 49ers fans if we took Frank Gore's son and brought him to Dallas? That would really piss off 49er fans. So we're going to do that.
Just do it to piss off 49ers fans.
That's very trivial, very...
More specifically, because I said...
Frank Gore was the Niners' best running back. Whittington...
I said earlier, who would be the... 455 Rocket?
Whittington.
The guy who did it? That'd be Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I went with Whittington for the Titans, and yeah.
Made the 49ers look bad.
All right, Joey, I'm going to quit.
I want to go ahead and make the 49ers look worse. And that is so.
Yeah, Frank Gore Jr. to the Cowboys in round 7. So Leatu Latu, Tyleek Williams, Will Shepard, Tavondre Sweat, Torrey Horton for the Panthers. Joey got Mims, Corum, Stover, Nazir Stackhouse, Blake Fisher. Got multiple right tackles. Cowboys, Troy Franklin, Jordan Morgan, Jalen Ford. Penn State has just gotten a touchdown. Damn it. Will Putnam as Newton, Johnny Wilson, Jaheim Bell. The Jets have Patrick, Paul, Keon Coleman, Tyler Van Dyke, Lovett, Rosengarten. And then the Titans, Kalen King, McCarthy, Jack Nelson, Ali, Mahogany, just different players. All right, so I am going to stop sharing that and I'm going to screen share the Yahoo Fantasy Draft. So sorry about that, Emmanuel. We are officially now on your draft, and I'm going to message him and let him know that we are. Okay, so Emmanuel Watson's been in the chat room. Are you there, Emmanuel? Okay, awesome. So Emmanuel's in the private chat. Sorry about that, man. I'm turning your camera on right now. I apologize.
Okay.
Thanks for waiting, man.
No worries.
And yeah, this draft's been fun, Emmanuel. How do you feel today? This is a good draft, man.
No, it's a good draft. I'm currently picking right now on my phone. I'm gonna take Cam Johnson. I like his percentages in terms of him shooting. Obviously, he's one of the top 10, usually in 3-point shooting percentage, even though it's outside a category on this league. I like the percentages, but I've went guard heavy because I try to focus on. I got Curry as my number 1 overall pick at the 8th pick in the draft. I got Curry. I really wanted to get Halliburton. Truth be told, at the 8th spot, if he fell a couple spots down, because of his assist. And his A to T ratio is solid, but I ended up getting Curry for the 3s. You can't go wrong with
Curry got me pretty far in the playoffs. I think if I hadn't lost to your friend in the semifinals, I probably would have won the league last year, but you felt the same way too. But I'm going Rudy Gobert, so that gives me Willard Booker, Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram, Chet Holmgren, Karl Anthony Towns, and Rudy Gobert as my starting lineup, and now I can just draft utility players the rest of the way. Go best player on the board. So that's
I got Curry. I got Miles Bridges. I like Bridges because of his scoring went up when he got traded to Brooklyn. Obviously, he gets steals as well. I got Paul George for the scoring as well. 3s, solid percentage. I got OG Anunoby. Gets a good amount of steals as well. Can score pretty well. Yeah, I got Cam Johnson, like I mentioned earlier. I got Walker Kessler because I needed a center, but who could block a lot of shots, which he led the league last year.
Yeah, he was amazing at Auburn.
Yeah.
He was an amazing shot blocker at Auburn. Joey, how do you feel about Chris Paul as my first utility player? He's going to Golden State with Curry and Klay Thompson. How do you feel about Chris Paul as my first utility player off the bench this late in the draft? Chris Paul's still there.
Look, my admiration over the years for Chris Paul, you cannot state how high I feel about him. Even in
so I'm picking him in 8 then.
Career, yeah, even in the twilight of his career, I look at Chris Paul and I say, if he's going to a team like
Golden State,
Warriors,
yeah,
I'm looking at him and saying, you know what? There are very few teams that would have been a better fit because this man deserves a championship. He is still, I think, a top 15 point guard in the NBA, even though he is older and he is declining. I still think he's a top 15 point guard. I think it's a amazing pick because now we don't have to worry about, Stephen Curry is wearing down or anything. Stephen Curry.
And I got him in round 8, which feels illegal. It feels illegal to get Chris Paul in round 8 of a fantasy basketball draft. I mean, I got him in round 8. He should have been there. It is. And it's a great utility player to build with.
It's an amazing pick. And there is a chance, even coming off the bench, he still averages 6 to 7 assists. Because remember, you can put Curry at shooting guard, and you can play those two in conjunction.
Yeah, I've heard that Curry's going to move to shooting guard and Klay Thompson's going to move to the wing at small forward, and they're going to keep Draymond Green at power forward. That's what I've heard with the Warriors. But, Emmanuel, why don't you break down your last pick and maybe follow up on what Joey and I were saying about Paul?
Yeah, I needed some power forward. I need some forward help. I obviously have Cam Johnson, but I'm gonna switch it with Jeremy Grant to put him at the power forward position. I just needed some efficiency there. I gotta develop more the forwards. My guards are actually pretty solid. I could probably use another wing at the 3, possibly. So just look for ways to develop my roster. Currently on this draft, but I don't know if you guys know. There is a feature on this Yahoo app which I really like. They just added it this season for fantasy basketball, where you could adjust. I was working on adjusting, adding players' positions. So, like for example, for Paul George, he was listed as a small forward and a power forward. I adjusted his positions to add a shooting guard as on there as well.
Yep.
So it's a new feature that they put on Yahoo, which I really like. And I think a lot of the, Yahoo fantasy users been basically complaining about this over, years past. And I'm happy they added it this season for fantasy basketball.
Yep. There are a lot of good players available. I've noticed that I think as far as best value at this point, I mean, I probably shouldn't tip my hand, but I think Michael Porter Jr. is really good value this late.
Yeah.
Why is Middleton still on the board? Yahoo has him way too low. Chris Middleton of the Bucks, the number 2 to Giannis, is still available.
I had him last year. He had like he was out for a good period amount of time in regards with him, but I do think he's a value pick. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, Jabari Smith Jr. might be worth a flyer this late. The former Auburn power forward in year 2.
Well, Chris, if I would say, because I'm going to say, I have said that the Warriors have been overrated for many years. The addition of Chris Paul, I think they win season, whether their record reflects that or not. I would say, consider a couple Warriors players that you may not think about, because
Andrew Wiggins is on the board.
He is.
Wiggins is on the board. Speaking of Warriors players, he's available. That's a nice pick there.
Because with Chris Paul, that's going to open up a lot more space. He's able to drive dish. He's able to shoot. He's able to put Curry at the 2. It's going to open up the floor more, give him more open opportunities.
Yep.
So I would consider a Warriors position.
And Jabari Smith Jr., that's who I was going to pick. I mean, I was looking at a bunch of players, but I was because the rebounds with Jabari Smith stand out. They stand out in a massive way.
Yeah.
That's why I was considering him. But
I needed forward help. I need a little help in the forward.
I think Emmanuel and I were thinking the same thing there. Mark Williams, his numbers are okay, but I want someone that's balanced. I'm also looking at Buddy Hield, the Pacers shooting guard.
Yeah.
That's a nice value pick here. He can play the wing. He can play shooting guard or the wing. 1346 points. 399 rebounds. And I'm looking at him
and that's really what you want at this point. You can advance this match.
Yeah, he can
For
play
whatever
multiple
reason this
positions.
match is, that's where you want it at this point.
Yeah, Buddy Hield can play shooting guard or small forward. Benedict Mathurin, Buddy Hield, those two are going to be the bread and butter of this Pacers team, coached by Rick Carlisle, that Larry Bird is building up from the ground as a consultant. So I really like Buddy Hield
And
here.
as I stated before, Rick Carlisle is a decorated head coach. Did it back years ago. Was a former teammate of Larry Bird. Rick Carlisle is a guy. If Larry Bird says he can do it, Rick Carlisle is a guy that can do it, and he will put these guys in the best position to succeed. That you will get outside of Larry Bird.
I'm debating between two players because I respect these players equally. Chris Middleton of Milwaukee or Andrew Wiggins of Golden State. They're both available. I'm going to take whoever. Joey, who do you think I should take here? I'm actually going to let Joey make a pick for my team, and Emmanuel can have the other guy who's left over.
I'm looking at
10 seconds.
Because I like both of these guys, but
Middleton.
They're both in amazing positions. But just based on the Chris Paul signing, I'm going to go with Wiggins.
Well, I took Middleton.
And then Wiggins.
I screwed up, I guess, because I only had 2 seconds. I had to click on one of them. So, yeah, I only had 2 seconds left. It's not that I didn't want to hear you out. It's that I had 2 seconds. I had to react on the fly.
I'm not going to be upset with either pick because I think the addition of Lillard on Milwaukee also helps Middleton in the same way I was thinking that Paul helped Wiggins. So I'm not going to be upset with either pick because I think both are going to improve based on the addition of the players the teams have made. Remember, in my opinion, is the best clutch player in the NBA today.
Yeah.
He's going to give people opportunities. And especially opportunities in the clutch. So I think Middleton's going to feed off that, and I think he's a good enough player to take advantage of it.
Yep. And there's just a lot of good players. I'm looking at the power forward and centers because I have a utility at point, shooting guard, small forward. I don't have a power forward or center as my utility guys, but I'm looking. Al Horford's still there. I think there are other options, but, you know, if it gets to round 12 and Horford's still there, that's an avenue worth exploring, maybe. But Emmanuel, what do you think of this draft so far? Who do you think's the best value pick this late?
This late, you can make an argument for Austin Reeves right now. Somebody just took him, right?
Yeah, somebody just took him.
Somebody just took him, as I mentioned it.
Yeah, he was on the Yahoo Yahoo chat room trying to find out about the lunch between trying to find out about the house between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and somebody else took him, so now he can't find out about that. I'm kidding, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, Collins.
If you want to go with that one, it's like nobody even knows that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift think the serious thing or a fling, where they're just both, enjoying each other and their collective spotlight. So, I mean, you can take what is that about that. I mean, just basically
Keegan Murray.
Yep.
Keegan Murray just got off the board. I felt like that was a very good value pick.
Yeah, Keegan Murray was excellent as a rookie with the Kings.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of his in college.
Yeah,
and good in the pros.
That was an excellent value pick.
Yeah,
excellent. Then you have Nurkic. He's solid if you need a center from shot blocking. Robinson, Mitchell Robinson from the Knicks. But I believe he's kind of splitting time.
Yep.
I forgot the guy's name. Start with the 8. The got the last name for the Knicks, the center. He was splitting time with him last year. So I'm curious to see how the playing time with him. I think the reason why his value's gone down because of his minutes. That's was
Yeah,
going down last
probably.
year.
I agree with that. There's a lot of talent. I'm just not sure who I want. Because I like to balance things out, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly who I want.
Well, you told me about the draft earlier and how the scoring goes.
It's a 9-category league.
How your team has panned out. I have to say this. Look at, I don't have your board in front of me, so look at the best rebounder. Best rebounder, shot blocker. Because I think that would balance out your team a little bit more.
I agree. Jonas Valanciunas had 705 rebounds. He'd be a nice utility player at center. I think he
Valanciunas? Oh, yeah. Valanciunas is solid.
Yeah, that might be an option to look at. I mean, yeah, there's other players. I'm just seeing what, because I want to see what
What's your gut tell you?
What does my gut tell me?
What does your gut tell you?
I could get Aaron Gordon to the Denver Nuggets. I mean, his rebounding numbers, 472 rebounds aren't great, but he is a points machine, and he went off on some games in the NBA Finals, and Aaron Gordon showed he can play at an elite level in the playoffs. I think he can do that in the regular season. He's going to have more confidence as long as he's healthy.
Yeah, but that adds up to under 4 rebounds a game. So at this point, you're looking at your overall look. 4 points and 5 rebounds or whatever. Or 4 rebounds.
I just took Valanciunas. I needed a backup center.
Good as you would think.
Okay, I could take Kevin Looney. He had 786 rebounds, and he's the starting center of the Golden State Warriors. Told me to take another Golden State player with Chris Paul. I could get Looney here. I mean,
if you can get Looney, go ahead, because he's getting the rebounds. He's doing players that do the dirty work.
Yeah, and 58. He's projected to improve his steals from 52 to 58 and his blocks from 50 to 61. And he's projected to improve his rebounds from 760 to 786. And his point totals projected to be up. So I'm going to take Kevin Looney because I can use him as a backup power forward or a backup center. Yeah. So Kevin Looney's
how did he fall under the radar?
Not an elite point scorer, but he's an elite rebounder. I'm going to take a player that's good in assists.
Remember,
yeah.
You're going to have a lot of roundabout there.
I'm looking at a player that has
a lot of mismatching.
Yeah, I'm looking at players that have a lot of assists, blocks, combo of assists, blocks, and steals. And I want a center because I had I want a center because I have a utility player at every position. Clint Onyeka Okongwu had 119 blocks, 62 steals, 591 rebounds. I don't really have a player with a lot of blocks. I could take Okongwu here, but he would be a backup center, I believe. I believe I drafted Looney as a backup power forward, even though he's Golden State center. So I could take Okongwu here, and I'm going to do that. I don't know he's going to get a lot of minutes, but when he's on the court, he will make an impact defensively. 119 blocks. I don't have a lot of play. Blocks is one of the scoring categories, Emmanuel, correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I don't have a player with a lot of blocks, so I figured I'd do that and get that category straightened out. So, not bad pick, Joey.
Daniel, just out of curiosity that we've got going here, what do you think about mine and Chris's thought process on what's going on here right now?
About Kevon Looney?
Or just the overall thought process of how we're talking this out right now and
strategy as far as looking, because last year I was obsessed with point scorers. This year it feels like I'm doing a better job balancing my team out in certain areas.
To me, it seems like just me assessing doing mock drafts. I've noticed that it's probably best to get the elite guards early because you're not going to find them at the end in terms of the point guards. To
Yeah.
me, it seems like it's either elite point guards, you have to make a decision,
That's why
or
I took Curry last year, because 2 years ago I was in a friends league. I had the chance to draft Curry, and I took somebody else over him. I think I took Giannis over Curry, and it came back to bite me in the rear end. And then last year I took Curry. No, I think I may have took LeBron over Curry, and that's what ended up undoing me. And then
mm,
this year I got Curry, and it worked out. Manuel's league, but you know,
mm. Yeah, to me, it seems like you have to take the elite guards early on, or take an elite big. Like
yep.
obviously, Jokic and Embiid are like top 3 or top 5 in terms of fantasy wise. But you can still get some elite power forwards in the second or third round. After the power forward and centers is like a huge drop off, and there's somewhat of a drop off on the elite guards too. So it's like you want to get one of those like 3 area positions, like point guard, power forward, and center early on, and then so you have that luxury of trying to like get a backup center or a backup point guard in your team, or possibly even a third point guard, your third point guard in your team. And then I feel like the shooting guard position is a little bit more easier to fill down the line, truth be told. But sometimes,
I just thought Devin Booker was the best value pick where I was picking. That's why I
yeah,
took him.
yeah. Yeah, it's just uh because he's like
Because I
really
was
good.
debating between Giannis and I don't know. It wasn't Giannis. There was another player, and Lillard. I forget who it was, but there was another player, and it was Lillard. I was debating between those two, and I ended up taking Lillard. But I don't have any regrets or complaints about the picks or the thought process.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Right now, obviously Portis is good value. Herder if you need some 3-point shooting on your team. Bruce Brown is there. Brogdon, I don't know. Shaden Sharp, he's been Shaden Sharp, the from the Portland Trailblazers
It
is
was
actually.
Durant. I was debating between Lillard and Durant. That was my thought process. I was either going to take Durant or Lillard. I went with
Yeah,
Lillard.
that's kind of a tough dilemma right there.
So I asked Joey. He said Lillard. So I went with Lillard. And I was probably going to take Durant, but once Durant got picked by Matt, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take Devin Booker here. And now I've got my guards early. And you kind of did the similar thing. You took McCall Bridges, who was great for the Nets in the playoffs.
Yeah, his scoring went up. He still gets steals. His 3-pointers are solid. I think his rebounding went up a little bit too. So I feel like he's all around a good fantasy player.
Yeah, I had Trae Young and Steph Curry last year. LeBron fell to the third round. Home Malone's picked him. Um, I ended up taking Towns in the third round. And then I got Jaylen Brown. But yeah, let's see what's available here because I'm looking for balance this late in the draft.
I just took KCP from the Nuggets. Gives me threes and steals. Um, I like it.
Kentavious Caldwell Pope, yeah, he's
Yeah,
decent.
he obviously he's not he's probably gonna average what 10, maybe 10 to 12 points a game, but he might average a steal or two, a night, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
looking for a player that fits the assist steal profile because I don't think I have a player with a lot of steals. Okay, we got 207 assists, 111 steals. Alex Caruso of the Bulls. Is he filling in for Lonzo Ball? That's going to be my pick.
yeah, that's actually great value. Great value right there.
Yeah, and 100 some steals, that averages out to like almost 1.2 or 1.3.
Yeah, he had like
steals
211
That's
assists
good.
and 107 steals.
Yeah,
And he's filling in for Lonzo Ball, who's out for the year.
Yeah.
So that's why I went with that value.
Yeah. Yeah, the assist doesn't impress me, but the steals does. So So it'll get you some assists, but it'll get you a lot of steals. So that could balance itself out in that way.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've drafted a player with the high free.
Starting because ball is out, then that could. Now you're looking at the projection. If he ends up starting, you're looking at a projection. I would say at least double. You're looking at close to 2 steals and maybe 6, 7 assists a game. And then that becomes more impressive.
Yeah, I'm looking for a really high free throw percentage is a category, Emmanuel, correct?
3-point percentage?
Free throw percentage.
Oh, yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm going to take Malcolm Brogdon, Portland. Hopefully that did not auto-draft my pick. And they gave me Kevin
You took Herter.
Auto-draft gave me Herter.
Not bad.
I don't hate the pick. I mean, he was a great three-point shooter at Maryland. 190. Yeah. He's projected to do slightly worse this year, but I don't hate the pick. I mean, he's still projected to post respectable numbers. That was not my thought process there, but I mean, I don't hate the pick this late. So
if they're respectable numbers, then you can live with it because you know you're at least going to get something. You just have to strategize. I know it's been
because I think free throw percentage is a category, and my thought process was let's get the best free throw shooter this late.
Yeah, but I know it's been years since I've done NBA fantasy, but the thought process is late. If they're solid, all you have to do is strategize around how that works, and you may be able to make something good out of something that may not seem as good, but is solid.
Yeah, I'm looking at a few players. I'm looking at maybe Kevin Love. I'm looking at Corey Kispert. Kispert's numbers are pretty good. 858 free throw percentage, 193 pointers made, 983 points, 267 rebounds, 109 assists, 28 blocks, 45 steals. Kispert could be a really nice value pick this late. For round 15. I don't think he's going to be there. I think Emmanuel might take him if he's there that late because the value's just there. Balance all across the board, does everything well. You know,
I just took Bruce Brown as my last pick. I felt he's competing for a starting job.
I'm just looking for Max Struss, the Cavs. He's projected to do worse this year. I'm not sure why.
I'm not high on him this year at all.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm just curious. I'm just looking to see who's projected to improve.
Quickly is a nice value pick by Home Alones. That was a solid pick right there.
That is recent. A nice pick.
Well, you had Denny. Was it Denny Ajeev? If you need some wing help.
Yeah. I'm looking at Norman Powell. I mean, Norman Powell is similar to Herter, though. That's the thing. Powell, but the numbers are good. He's projected to improve his point total 1,040, 186 rebounds, 111 assists, 60 steals, 20 blocks. Those are 812 free throw percentage. Those are respectable numbers. So, I do like that.
Well, 11, 12 points per game, is good. What is the free throw and field goal percentage looking like?
812 for Norman Powell.
Free throw and field goal percentage, it may end up being
469. His field goal percentage is projected to drop from 479 to 469. Norman Powell.
I mean, you have Thibault, who's a good option. Caleb Martin is solid too. He's more of a Swiss Army knife. He could play shooting guard, small forward, or power forward in this league. He's a solid option. Obviously, he had a very good playoff. He balled in the playoffs big time. Terrence Mann's a good option as well. I mean, if you need threes, but sometimes his field goal percentage fluctuates. Tim Hardaway Jr. It fluctuates. I mean, Dylan Brooks is still out. I know call me crazy. Kaminga is solid value in this league. They have him at small forward, power forward, or center, so that's positional value right there.
I'm
Grant,
honestly thinking about, I know I have a ton of point guards already, but Seth Curry's fantastic value this late, just based on the projections. 811 points, 169 rebounds, 193 assists, 886 free throw percentage, 471 field goal percentage. That's Seth Curry, Mavericks point guard / shooting guard. That's amazing value this late in the draft.
Yeah, my only question with that is like, if you're projecting based on the numbers, what is your projection? Do you think that he is going to match or exceed those numbers? Because
he's projected to improve
amazing,
massively.
his brother was amazing. What is he going to do?
Yeah.
Because this is a breakout year for him. So do you project him breaking out?
Yeah, I'm just looking at what else is available, but I think he could be a breakout player. They really don't have much outside of him and Luka Doncic, and he can take some pressure off of Luka Doncic. So that's what I'm looking at. I already have a ton of
Go
point
ahead
guards.
and grab him.
All right.
Because if that's your thought process that he could be the breakout, grab him. But you know his dad was great. You know his brother was great. And if this is his breakout year and you think he's going to do it, take him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take Tari Easton from Houston. He's pretty solid as a wing guy in terms of offensive rebounds. And he's very good at steals for his position. Solid rebounder as well. So he's kind of a Swiss Army knife, and his points average is not as bad for getting him this late round. So I'm gonna take him right there as my last pick of the draft. And there's still plenty of guys on the waiver wire. Truth be told,
I agree. There's always talent on the waiver wire. Just looking to see what I can get and how good of a value pick I can get. I'm gonna go to because I think it is a point guard, the player. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the player.
Whether it be the draft or free agency, value is the key.
Value is the key. That's why I'm trying to find the player. Seth Curry, I'm just gonna take him, and that's gonna be because that's really good value at this late in the draft. So
yeah,
got 4 combo guards, but I feel like this is a really strong team. It's balanced. It's more balanced than last year's team. Maybe not as much star power, but I feel like there's a lot more balance and strategy involved, which you have to have if you're going to go far in these leagues.
And I do hope that I was able to contribute at some level.
You did. You contributed a lot more than you realized, Joey.
I don't think so, but thank you for that either way.
And the Mr. Irrelevant pick was Oscar Thompson, who was the 4th pick in the NBA draft. That was the Mr. Irrelevant pick with Matt's mind-blowing team.
Really?
Yeah.
I figured he would have been taken a lot higher.
Yeah, Brandon Miller went at 137. Malcolm Brogdon, Yeah, I think I'm curious where Wembanyama got picked. Just genuinely.
Yeah, I don't know where he got picked. I know
That's why I'm looking. Paolo Banchero went 46th overall. Evan Mobley went a little bit higher. Cade Cunningham went 34th. Zion Williamson. I'm just curious 22nd. Midwest Assassin took him in the 3rd round, right after LeBron James. So
I like Wendy more in the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Butler got picked after Victor Wembanyama. That's crazy, but I think
and truth be told, like I don't know why, Jimmy Butler, he's not like people are like. I feel like you could get him at a good value. I've been seeing a lot of mock drafts where people are taking him like 4th or 5th round. And yeah, I'm like mind blown. I'm like, why are people not picking Jimmy Butler? Like, gives you steals. Yeah, I understand that the threes are not there, but he gives you points. He gets to the free throw line, shoots a good percentage from the free throw line. Gets, so it's like you're getting multiple categories from
Yeah,
Jimmy. I mean, obviously, the
absolutely.
only knock is the threes. That's the only knock.
I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went off the board at 4. My best friend told me to pick him because he's a Thunder fan, but I
Yeah,
ended up getting Chet Holmgren later in the draft, and I got Lillard and Booker, and I got Chet Holmgren. I think this may have worked out better for me, though.
yeah. Your front line is actually really strong. I'm like looking at your team. Your front line is really strong.
Because I feel like our starters, Jaylen Brown, Booker, Brandon Ingram, Towns, Holmgren, Rudy Gobert, I just feel like that's a very complete starting 5, starting 7.
Right.
And
And
then
then I think Chris Paul, I think his assists are going to go up because this is
yeah,
probably the best shooting team he's ever been a part of. So I think Chris Paul's assists are going to go up because it's going to make Curry play off the ball, which Curry is still very efficient in catch and shoot.
Yep.
And then you have Clay as well. So Buddy Hield.
I think that depends, though, Emmanuel, on what are they going to do with Kurt? Because if what Chris says is correct, and they need shooting guard, that opens up Paul to start a point guard, in which his assist, I believe, would skyrocket because of the quality of team he has.
Yep.
But it all goes with the minutes played at that point because the Warriors, I believe, are a deeper team than they've been in many years.
Yeah.
It's funny. Last year I drafted Steph Curry in the first round, and this year I draft Seth Curry with my last pick.
and I got Steph Curry as my first round pick this year.
Yep.
which is crazy. I really wanted Halliburton, but I mean, didn't happen. It's all good.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like my team pretty good. I like Curry, yep. Bridges, George, Anunoby, Cam Johnson, Jeremy Grant. I got Kessler as my starting center. Darius Garland. I feel like that was one of my best value picks. I got him at a good round. I think the 4th round. I got Jabari Smith as a flyer at my power forward spot. Well, he's in my utility. And then I have Gafford, Daniel Gafford, the center or power forward for the Wiz. What I like about Gafford is shoots for a good percentage. He can block shots and he can rebound.
Yep.
That's what I like about him a lot. I got Valanciunas, the efficiency in terms of him he can score as a center and he can rebound. I got Keldon Johnson at the 12th round. I love that value.
I think he led the Spurs in points last year. I think he had I think he was the one player on the Spurs that averaged 20 points last year.
Yeah. Yeah, and he averaged just under a steal a game. He averaged just under a steal a game last season. So I mean, I like him too. KCP. I mean, we talked about it earlier. I got him, because of his steals and his threes. And then Bruce Brown. I actually love this pick too. He gives you 3 position eligibility: point guard, shooting guard, and small forward. And he's actually competing for the starting job. If not, he could be the starter right next to Halliburton. Bruce Brown, and then I got Eason. I talked about earlier in my last pick. So I like my team. I think I guess you could make my weakness could be a little bit more front line depth. But I'm actually comfortable with the other players that kind of fill in those within those stat lines in regards to my team.
Yeah.
But I feel like the shooting is there though with my team. So I mean, we'll see. My shot blocking is actually, I believe, is solid. It's solid enough with Gafford and Kessler. I mean, Valanciunas doesn't really block a lot of shots, but he's just a very efficient offensive big. So I actually like it.
Yeah. I think we both had really strong drafts, and we both addressed a lot of needs. It's going to be a fun season, Emmanuel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this draft order based on last year's regular season? Because I feel like
Oh no, this was strictly random.
okay,
This was random by the computer of Yahoo.
yeah.
So oh yeah, the position grid.
Yeah, this is the positions drafted grid. You get the point guard, shooting guard, it's the guard, small forward, power forward, forward, center, and the utility players. So I may lack some bigs on my team, but I feel like I have a good starter and backup at each key position.
Right.
So I'm not really too worried about that. And this was a lot of fun. Ohio State leads Penn State 10-6 at the half. 5 receptions, 75 yards on 10 targets for Marvin Harrison Jr., but Harrison's been kept out of the end zone. And
Emmanuel, I want to say it while I got a chance while you're still on the call. And I want to say that outside of being a critic and just looking at the NBA from a historical standpoint, this is the first time I've really had fun covering anything from the NBA for a long time. So thank you for that.
Oh no, no
this
problem.
was my idea. I was thinking since I've been on Emmanuel's show, Sports Talk Radio, and I knew Emmanuel's draft started at 1. What I didn't expect is that our draft on Pro Football Network was going to go overlap into that 1 p.m. period because I was trying to get through it as quickly as possible. That's my bad, Emmanuel. I apologize for that.
No,
we
no
still had a
worries.
blast.
It may have been your idea, but Emmanuel made it happen.
He did.
Emmanuel made it happen.
Because I was like, let's put Emmanuel's draft on the live stream and let's give him the floor. That was it was my idea and Emmanuel's execution. That was the whole thought process. Let's put his draft on Yahoo and then give him the floor to break down some of the picks.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Honestly, I know it's kind of early on West Coast time, but I was planning on trying to do it on the draft on Sunday, but too many people, from this league,
they're
other
either
drafts,
working, hanging out with their families, or watching NFL.
Yeah, that or they had other drafts that were conflicting. You know what I'm saying with the schedule. So the only way we had it done is I had to do it early. Obviously it's afternoon in the East Coast, but in the West Coast time, I put it at 2 in the morning.
I was thinking, we'd knock out our normal topics for football, tight end preview, mid-season report cards, and then we'd pivot to this.
Right.
And we'd have some fun.
This is what, week 8 of the NFL?
Week
coming
7.
Up? Week 7? Okay. Yeah, I'm planning on doing a mid-season podcast after week 9. So I'm trying to get so we can do that for Sports Head Radio, and then I'm having my NBA podcast. I should have it by tomorrow. I'm probably gonna start at 6 p.m. Pacific time. So I know it's gonna be in the middle of Sunday Night Football. I know that for a fact.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, so I have that in the middle of Sunday Night Football. Do my NBA season preview with my basketball panel, and then go that. And then I'm working on. I know college basketball starts in November 6th, and I'm pretty excited for that.
Decision day is today in the MLS. So decision day, it's the final day of the regular season, and then the MLS draft order for the 2024 Super Draft on December 19th takes place. But what's interesting is there's a player on Clemson, a center back. He's really good. Might be the best center back I've ever scouted. But this guy had 9 interceptions and 6 tackles where he knocked a forward on their ass in one soccer game.
Oh,
9 interceptions in one game. I know, that's incredible. I've never seen a player do that, but that's what Clemson freshman Pape Marboy did, 6'1", 196. And I'm also looking at Marcus Calderia, a player I told Joey about last week. He scored a hat trick in West Virginia's 5-2 win over number 1 Marshall. And Marshall entered that game with only 5 goals allowed all season in their 11 wins. But West Virginia teed off on Marshall and won that game 5-2 thanks to Calderia's hat trick. So I think Calderia at 1 and Papa Marboy at 2 are the top 2 players in the 2024 MLS draft. I don't know how the rest of the draft order is going to shake out, though. But I took my rankings from last week and combined them with the...
only thing I heard when you were describing it, it's like, what would Ray Lewis be if he was a soccer player beating somebody to death with his own legs?
It's not a good center back class outside of Papa, my boy.
Center back, it's like, I'm like, he's going to beat somebody to death with his own legs. So, my first thought was Ray Lewis on a soccer field.
Because 9 interceptions in one game, that's insane. The guy's only a freshman, and he had 1 foul, no yellow cards, no red cards. So he avoided any cards, which is good. But, yeah, Caldaria looks like an elite goal.
Recording paused.
I don't know why Talk Shoe's pausing, but yeah. But, yeah, this has been fun. But, yeah.
Talk Shoe, just keep going.
We're still on Restream, and I think Caldaria has a chance to be special. And Caldaria is also the youngest player in the draft. So he's from Ontario. Toronto FC is the number 1 pick. I think Caldaria goes to Toronto. But with Toronto's captain, Michael Bradley, a central midfielder, defensive midfielder, and center back retiring, they could go Pape Marboy and just replace their longtime captain with the Ray Lewis of soccer players. But Caldaria and Pape Marboy both look like really good drafts. The last player to get 2 goals in the number 1 team in the country was Theo Cullum against Clemson in 2021. Caldaria had 3 goals on the number 1 team in the country, surpassing the 2 goals Theo had against Clemson. But I still think Theo's performance against Clemson was more impressive because Clemson's an ACC powerhouse. The ACC teams in soccer are much tougher to beat compared to Sun Belt opponents, which is where West Virginia and Marshall play. And I get it. They have a state rivalry. The Derby, it's cool. But I think ACC teams are a lot tougher to beat than conference rivals like West Virginia and Marshall.
I would like to get Emmanuel's opinion on that. If he's still on call, I would like to get his opinion on that.
Opinion is you guys talking about college soccer?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't really know too much about college soccer, so I'm just listening.
Yeah, there's a freshman on Cornell, Alex Harris, 11 goals, 3 assists. He had 2 goals against Syracuse, last year's NCAA champions. Matthew Palmer Alt was the preseason number 1 pick. He has dropped to number 20 on my board. He was the preseason favorite to go number 1 overall. He has dropped all the way down to 20. Shit, he could be in for an Aaron Rodgers type fall. That's not what I want as a fan of Palmer Alt, but he went from 10 goals, 6 assists to 6 goals, no assists. I think he needs to go back for another year, but, we'll see what happens. There's a lot that could happen, a lot that could change, but outside of Pape Marboy, this does not look like a very impressive center back draft. So I think...
Emmanuel, I will say this, Emmanuel. Until I started doing this podcast and Chris started talking college soccer, I had no clue about soccer at all. So very little.
And I didn't know about Pape Marboy until I got on a Zoom call. I mean, I got on a Zoom call with Bob Skinner. He's the dad of Clemson left back Jeff Skinner, who went in the first round of this past year's MLS draft. So I got on a Zoom call with him. He's in our scouting college soccer group. So I've got Florian, Luis Estrada, Ken, and Bob Skinner as contacts for soccer if I ever want to talk soccer or get input on scouting. So I've got like 4 people. I've got a Clemson connection, a Syracuse connection, and I live in Pittsburgh, so it's just pretty easy to get ACC intel because I watch the ACC network on Fridays.
I'm wondering what the heck I'm doing in that group because I do not know nearly enough about soccer, let alone college soccer, to be in a group like that. But I will say, if you listen to a few people who know what they're talking about soccer for 10 years or so, as I have, you may accidentally pick up a few things.
That Clemson center back is good. It's the best center back I've ever seen. And the last time Toronto had the number 1 pick, they traded it to the New England Revolution, who selected Louisville's Andrew Farrell back in 2013. Andrew Farrell is still with the Revolution 11 years later, Joey. So that's they can't trade the number one pick.
That is way before me and way above my pay grade at this point. I can do some stuff with soccer.
How about we do some NFL predictions and wrap up this podcast, guys?
Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for the predictions.
Let's do some NFL predictions and we'll wrap this up. I'm going to keep the basketball stuff in the background, but I will load the Draft Utopia website and read off our predictions for Week 7. All right, here we go. Lions and Ravens.
Emmanuel, if you're still there, do you want to get in on this?
Yeah. How about you get in on the Lions-Raven game? You're our guest. Why don't you get in on this Lions-Ravens game? Tell us who you think's going to win, and then we'll wrap this up.
Well, a lot of people are putting money on the Lions +3. I haven't really checked the weather report. If I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be windy, or actually got changed to cloudy. But I know I'm a Ravens fan. I know I'm a Ravens fan, but I got the Ravens winning at home because number one, Montgomery's not playing. If I'm not mistaken, he's not playing tomorrow, right. So they're gonna rely a lot on Gibbs, and I believe the Ravens are 7-0 against at home against NFC teams. If I'm not mistaken, so I'm gonna take the Ravens at home, and the Ravens actually are top 3 in the league in total defense. So I got Baltimore winning at home against the Lions.
Yeah, only 4 people on my team of 11, including Joey, have the Ravens winning. Me, Andrew, Ord, and Lisa took the Ravens. Everybody else took the Lions. I've got the Ravens winning 28-21, and I've got the Lions getting 21 on the Ravens, but I have the Ravens getting 28 on the Lions and winning by a touchdown. Joey, you got the Lions winning. Why don't you break down your thought process here?
My thought is I still have it a low-scoring game because I think both defenses are very good. But my big takeaway is I really like what the Lions are doing on offense and their aggression. And Chris, you once said Jared Goff was your top quarterback coming out of the draft. Then we both said he has not lived up to expectations. I'm looking at Jared Goff right now.
He's the number 1 quarterback on Pro Football Focus. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what you expected him to be. So I'm going to give you kudos for not even knowing you're going to have kudos on this, because Jared Goff has been playing out of his freaking mind.
Yeah, you had Dak as your QB1 in 2016. I had Goff as my QB1, and then I had Mahomes the following year.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you kudos on that. That's why I'm taking the Lions, because I think the Lions overall, I think they're playing out of their mind. I think Jared Goff is playing out of his mind. Like, expect weather conditions and different things to contribute to a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
But Goff has proven that in a low-scoring game, he can manage a low-scoring game as well as any quarterback in the NFL. So, I take the Lions on that one.
Yep. Next up, it's the Raiders and the Bears in the windy city of Chicago. Brian Hoyer versus Tyson Bagent with the 2 backups. Everybody took the Raiders except for Kerm. Andrew Kermish took the Bears. Everybody else on our staff took the Raiders. You got the Raiders or Bears in this one, Emmanuel? I've got the Raiders 17-13. I got Collinwood's Raiders and Oren's Raiders winning by the slimmest of margins in a defensive game.
I'm not confident on this game whatsoever. Both quarterbacks are out, if I'm not mistaken. So we have Fields and Jimmy G are out. I don't know who's the backup quarterback for the Bears. But
Tyson Bagent from Shepherd. He went undrafted. I think Max Crosby dominates this game because I don't think Braxton Miller got taken off IR at left tackle. He was supposed to be back this week. I think Crosby has another big day, 3.5 tackles for a loss, 1.5, 2 sacks. I also think we see Tyree Wilson get his first career NFL sack this week. So I like the Raiders in a defensive game, 17-13.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go towards the Raiders. If Fields was playing and Jimmy G was out, I would go Bears, honestly.
Yeah.
But as of right now, yeah, I probably would go. Yeah, I'll probably lean towards the Raiders winning this game.
Joey, what do you want to say anything about this game? I know it's a pretty boring matchup, or do you want to get to your Browns Colts because that's the next game?
It's not even a boring matchup. It's the fact that I have been racking my brain over the last few weeks trying to determine who's the worst team in the NFL, the Bears or the Broncos, because they both royally suck. So there's a reason I think the Raiders would win, but the debate going in my head, who is worse? Raiders or who's worse, Bears or Broncos? And that's my thought process, and that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yep. The Browns play the Colts. Batonio is going to be back at left guard in week 7. I know he missed the weeks 4 and 6. He missed 2 games, but he's back. I don't know if Watson's going to play yet. I've been getting mixed signals on that end, but Gardner Minshew's going to be playing, and Braden Smith is out at right tackle. So Blake Freeman, who started a few games in weeks 3 and 4 for Raymond.
I did read the tweet this morning that Mary Kay Cabot said from what she saw, the eyeball test leads her to believe that Watson will play. Now,
Yeah.
that's not saying that he will, but from what she saw in the 30 minutes that she was allowed to be in there, he had more zip on the ball than he did Wednesday, because I saw some throws from Wednesday where he was just lobbing that thing up there. But I saw some throws from Thursday, and I saw some throws from Friday where he was actually zipping the ball in. Didn't have a usual zip, but he was hitting them with some zip. So he is trending toward playing. If I was to be in Mary Kay's spot, I would say he's playing, but we don't know for sure. I believe they listed as day-to-day questionable, so we can take that as we see fit.
Yeah, I was going to go 2013 Browns if Watson played, but since he's a game-time decision, I've got the Browns beating the Colts in overtime 16-13. The Browns are only favored by 2.5 on the spread. But they are a lock on Draft Utopia. There are 10 Browns helmets below my final score, which means the Browns are the first lock of the week. Can't say the same about my...
I want to say something before, and I want to get Emmanuel's opinion, but I want to say something beforehand. Like I said before, Miles Garrett before became 455 Rocket during the 49ers game. And for those of you who don't know what that is, the V8 Oldsmobile V8 was considered the 455 Rocket in 1977, the biggest muscle car, the biggest muscle engine in the United States at the time. Oldsmobile was owned by GM at the time. Huge. It's considered one of the forefathers of what the police engines are today in the police cars. It was the muscle car, the muscle engine, and it was so versatile that it is still considered, if you want to build a car, get a 455 Rocket. Because you can fit that into almost anything. And that is Myles Garrett right now. He knocked down.
Yeah, and I think the Browns could have more success running the ball, Joey, because here's the thing. Grover...
I want you to put that in perspective. He bulldozed.
Yeah.
Perhaps the best left tackle of the last 15 years in the NFL. Knocked him on his rear end. Then, in a screen pass, knocked Trent Williams off the spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why...
Hit McCaffrey.
Somebody put Max Crosby in tier 1 with TJ Watt for edge rushers and Myles Garrett in tier 3. I don't agree with that at all, but they said Myles Garrett's a bad run stuffer and he takes plays off. I don't agree with that assessment either. If you wanted to put Aiden there because he's better in coverage than Myles, fine, but like that's really all Aiden does better than Garrett is drop back and cover. But Aiden's been fantastic this year.
George Kittle did nothing in that game. Because early in the game, he took chances. He could have gotten a tackle for a loss. To that point, he decided, instead of taking that tackle for a loss, he was going to knock George Kittle on his ass. He hit George Kittle. George Kittle did nothing. And in the post-game press conference, he said, I did it because I could, and laughed about it. He wanted to play with Kittle. I mean, putting him in tier 3, knowing that he can play mind games like that.
I'm not putting him in tier 3. This is Jordan Robinson of the Cover Zero podcast who put him in tier 3. I don't agree with the tier 3 thought process. I would put him in tier 1 with Watt, but that was Jordan's thought process because Crosby has more quarterback pressures and more total tackles than Myles Garrett, and he disregarded the coverage stats. He basically said that the run stuffing and pass rushing matters, but the coverage for defensive ends really doesn't matter. And in today's NFL, it does. If you tell an NFL team that the coverage doesn't matter, you won't get hired by that team in the interview process. That's just how today's NFL works, Joey.
Yeah, like I'm an old school coach. I was doing it back in the 90s. And early 2000s, I can tell you it matters. Things change. So, Emmanuel, what is your thought process on everything that we said?
In regards to what? I'm sorry.
Well, we were talking about the Browns Colts. Why don't you just give us your winner on that, and we'll move on?
Well, I got the Browns. Their defense is really good right now, as well. I know you were mentioning earlier about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
From in terms of
Grover Stewart suspended for the Colts, so that means Taven Bryan's going to start against the Browns, and Joel Bitonio is back for the Browns. So Bitonio is going to be blocking Taven Bryan. I think the Browns will have more success on the ground this week, but they're going to run by committee with Kareem Hunt and Ford splitting carries.
Yeah, and Kareem's carries has gone up over the past week.
Yep.
As well. I believe he had like 12 carries, and then Jerome Ford had like 17, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna go with Cleveland to win the game, a close one. I think the Colts they're gonna be competitive, but I have the Browns winning the game.
Yep. Next up, Bills at Patriots. My Patriots are just an eyesore right now. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Both our offensive tackles are injured. Both our edge rushers, Judon and Uche, are injured. All our top 4 corners are all injured. Juju and Devontae Parker both dealing with injuries. Mac Jones just sucks. This team has no identity. I think the 0-16 Lions, the 0-16 Browns, and the 0-14 Buccaneers would all defeat this team, even though we're 1-5. That is how bad this Patriots team is. I actually think Deshaun Kaiser would beat Mac Jones.
As he says each thing, taking a shot of whiskey, then taking a shot of tequila, then taking a shot of vodka, as he is listing off each of these things that the Patriots are doing wrong or bad.
The over-under is 44. I am taking the over, but I have the Bills dismantling New England 42-6. I felt reluctant to give the Patriots 6 points.
I got Bills. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I really don't think we need to say anything else. Next game, it's the Commanders and Giants in New York. And, I mean, the Commanders don't really have any injuries. Andrew Thomas is out. The center, John Michael Schmitz, is out. Evan Neal's a game-time decision. But the Giants' number 4 offensive tackle played left tackle over Evan Neal. Evan Neal's gotten worse since his rookie year, and he was bad as a rookie. I think the one bright spot on this offensive line is the emergence of Justin Pugh at left guard. But the Giants really don't have anything. I heard Danny Johnson took the cornerback 2 job from Emmanuel Forbes, but I cannot confirm or deny that. I have not watched the Commanders enough. Ojulari's an IR. I just think the Giants are a mess right now. 27-10 Commanders. Everybody took the Commanders, even our Giants friend Brian DeBalis. But Emmanuel, what do you... Go ahead.
Something I heard yesterday was that the coach took Jones aside, the quarterback Jones, and yelled in his face about stupid decisions and such. The ball is beside himself. The receiving core, I've been debating who has the worst receiving core in the NFL, the Giants or Browns.
Giants.
The thing is, give us the face, he's not yelling at the receiver. The ball is in the face of his quarterback and receiver.
The Browns have a wide receiver 1 in Cooper. The Browns have a wide receiver 1 in Cooper. The Giants don't have a wide receiver 1, so there's really not a debate, in my opinion, because of that.
But my thought process is, because I feel there always has to be 2. You know, if there's not 2, there is something seriously wrong. So I have to put those 2 in there.
I think the Falcons have the second worst receiver tandem.
If the ball is saying that if the ball is flipping somebody a new one, I had to say, this is getting off the rails because the ball is a brilliant coach, and I love him. I've seen him live. He always finds a way to do what's best for the team and win. And if he's beside himself, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah.
Daniel, what do you got on this?
I got Commanders. Defense is the defensive matchup for the Commanders is really good. Sam Howell, I think he's playing pretty good football. I think McLaurin's gonna have a solid day. So yeah, I got Commanders winning this game, and they actually they score more points on the road than they do at home. It's almost an average of 10 points more. So I like the Commanders on the road, so I'm taking them big time.
Yep, the Falcons-Buccaneers is the next game. Both defenses are fully healthy. Tampa's got a few injuries on offense with their center, their slot receiver Russell Gage, but the backups haven't been terrible. Trey Palmer's been a bright spot. Robert Hainsley's filled in nicely for the center that had a lot of chemistry with Brady. I forget his name, Ryan Jensen, but yeah. Elijah Cansey was back last week. Logan Brown was there. I mean, this Buccaneers team has a lot of chemistry. I would go at 21-17 Buccaneers. Over-unders 37. I guess I'm taking the over, but barely. And this is not a lock. 10 people took the Buccaneers, but Lisa, who leads our site in predictions this year, she took the Falcons in the upset, but everybody else has the Buccaneers. So, and Lisa leads Jason and Joey by 2 games. So, yeah, so this is an opportunity.
So I'm going to give the Falcons their due because they have one of the better defenses in the NFL. I love their defense. My only question is, which Desmond Ridder is going to show up? Because Desmond Ridder is basically Case Keenum. He reminds me so much of Case Keenum, it hurts. And you know you're going to get solid play out of it. But are you going to get that game that's going to be an elite offense and or defense? And I think or even a solid, because I think the Buccaneers are solid across the board, offensively and defensively. Are you going to get that game that's going to beat that, or are you going to get just a solid game out of them? That's Case Keenum to a T. So I think that's why I took the Bucs. It was a very difficult decision.
It was for me. That's why I have the. I took the Bucs because of their defense, but I think it's a defensive game. Both defenses show up, and I've got the Bucs 21-17. And
16. Manuel, what you got on this?
I got Bucks. I got the Bucks winning. Their defense is playing well. Mayfield's playing pretty solid. Yeah, I like the Bucks in this game big time.
Yep, the next game is the Steelers and Rams. Steelers, they are getting Deontay Johnson back this week. They did place Pat Freiermuth on IR. That means Freiermuth will be out week 7, 8, 9, and 10. But he would be eligible to return against the Browns in week 11. So Freiermuth would come off the IR when the Steelers... And Gary Dulac reported...
That is strategic, and I do not endorse it. I do not like it. They did that on purpose.
Also, Gary Dulac of the Pittsburgh Tribune Review reported that Cameron Hayward could be back as early as week 10 against the Packers and as late as week 11 against the Browns. So...
Once again, strategic. Strategic, they're going for the Browns. I do not like it. I do not endorse it. The Browns, the Steelers need to be less strategic in their thought process. They need to be worse than they are.
Well, here's the good news. The Steelers are actually starting Dan Moore Jr. Might start Dan Moore Jr., who was awful at left tackle over Broderick Jones, who looked like an all-pro against your Ravens, Emmanuel. So if they do make Dan Moore the starter, I might switch to the Rams. But right now, I've got the Steelers winning 24-23, and I am monitoring that left tackle situation.
Wait. Emmanuel's a Ravens fan?
Yeah.
Oh, we got AFC North representing here today.
Yeah, we did a Bengals mid-season report cards. I live in Pittsburgh, but I'm a Patriots fan. My parents met in Boston. Emmanuel's a Ravens fan. Joey's a Browns fan. And we talked about the Bengals. So yes, Joey, the AFC North is representing. And the majority of our staff picked the Rams to beat the Steelers.
Got to pull that in there because we do not have. Usually, you push against me when I go against the AFC North. Now we got the AFC North. We're here.
Yeah.
We're.
But if the Steelers lose, it'll be because Dan Moore Jr. started over Broderick Jones, which I don't agree with at all. But you got Steeler fans saying Tomlin should be just as accountable as Matt Canada, and they're losing it. I think it's kind of hilarious, to be honest. But, yeah, what are your thoughts on this Steelers-Rams game, Joey and Emmanuel?
I got Rams winning this game. I think Cooper Kupp's going to be a problem with that Pittsburgh secondary. I think it would have surprised me if Cooper Kupp got 2 touchdowns receptions in this game. I think he's going to have a huge day. I think the running game will be non-existent. I know they started the rookie Zach Evans from TCU at running back. I think Pittsburgh's going to key in on that. And I believe T.J. Watt's questionable, if not mistaken.
I did not know that Watt was questionable. But, yeah, that's a big storyline. That's definitely going to change the dynamic if he's out. They would still have an effective starter in Marcus Golden, but just not the same star power, not the same presence. Joey, you took the Steelers. What do you want to say about this before we get to the Seahawks-Cardinals game?
My thought process is this is tough because Stafford has rebounded better than I ever thought he would from his injury. I thought he was in the Ben Roethlisberger department of his arm is shot. He's not going to recover. I'm just like he did. I give him all the credit in the world. But at the same time, I watched the Steelers defense a couple times. As I referenced earlier in the Cleveland game, the Steelers defense to me is top 5 in the NFL. The Browns defense is top 5. The Steelers defense is top 5. The Bills defense is top 5. And I think the top 5. I think the defenses this year are bridging the gap between the offense.
They are, because you look at the depth charts and the defenses are adjusting, the coaches are adjusting, and there are a lot of deep teams have good depth charts defensively.
I just think, even though I don't like the Steelers overall, I think the Steelers defense is going to be up to the challenge. And I think the Steelers defense is going to step up.
Yep. Next game is Cardinals-Seahawks. I've got the Seahawks winning 27-13. That defense is just too good, too complete in Seattle. Also, I've got Marshawn Lynch defeating Kyler Murray in Call of Duty. Bonus prediction. Felt like throwing that in. What, you don't think Marshawn Lynch? You don't think Marshawn Lynch could beat Kyler Murray in Call of Duty, Joey? You don't think Marshawn would win against Kyler?
Kyler Murray is a Call of Duty master. I mean, he skipped the playbook for Call of Duty. Okay, Call of Duty is his number one love. Okay. And so I'm saying Josh Dobbs would have had a better opportunity to win. Kyler's back, from what I know. So,
Kyler Murray is not going to play until week 8 or week 9, from what I've heard. So Kyler Murray might make his debut against the Browns. The Cardinals might be saving Kyler Murray for the Browns game in week 9, Joey. They're taking a page from the Steelers. So instead of a Josh Dobbs Cleveland reunion.
I'm more in favor of that because that is up time the new Call of Duty fight can come out. So, I'm good with that. But, okay, so Josh Dobbs, I thought Kyler Murray was going to be back this week. Obviously not. My bad.
Cool.
He's going to be back in week 8 or 9. He's full practice.
I'm still good. I wouldn't have taken the Cardinals either way.
Yeah.
So, it really makes no difference.
Yep.
Oh, we're on Cardinals Seahawks?
Yeah. Everybody has the Seahawks winning. I mean, that defense is incredible. Devin Witherspoon's really shown out. Woolen's back. Charles Cross is back. Yeah.
I have the Seahawks winning, but on my parlay, I got the Cardinals covering 8.5.
Interesting.
I have the Cardinals because division games can be tricky at times.
Yep.
So I have the Seahawks winning the game. Obviously, I think Geno's gonna have a solid game. The defense is starting to play better. My only concern is I know last year the Seahawks did struggle with run defense. I believe they were bottom 5 in the league in terms of running in terms of rush defense. So if the Cardinals could mess around, in terms of running the football, then it could definitely give Seattle some problems. But Seattle's defense is playing better lately, so I'm gonna give the Seahawks the win at home. But I think the Cardinals is gonna cover this game. Believe it or not.
Packers and Broncos in Denver.
I do agree with Emmanuel on that. Is that I am a big fan of Josh Dobbs. I have been for a few years, as you know, and I think he's playing really well. Unfortunately, the situation isn't what you would like to get your first starting position at the beginning of the year. And Dobbs is playing well, but this is a bad situation. So, is there a chance for an upset? Yes. I agree with Emmanuel on that. But will it happen? Absolutely not.
Well, James Conner's out too, so that means Keontae Ingram's starting at running back, and that's just makes things more advantageous for Seattle.
Yeah, that's not going to be great.
Yeah. Okay, so
that's where I agree with Emmanuel on his thought process.
yeah, everybody has the Seahawks beating the Cardinals. The next game, though, is not a lock. It is the Packers and Broncos in Denver. Daniel, I'm going to start with you on this one. I'm going to go
Packers.
last in this one.
I got Packers. I know the Broncos. Then to me it seems like Coach Payton and Wilson are not really meshing along together. I think it's more of a personality clash more than anything. But Russell Wilson hasn't really played too bad this year. Judy's I'm starting to think Judy's just an average receiver. Sutton is not bad. He's not a bad receiver, but I like the Packers on the road. I know they're favored by 1 point, so give me the Packers -1. But the biggest key to this is Jordan Love has to take care of the football in terms of making right decisions. Because the last game, he made some pretty rookie mistakes. Let's be honest.
Yep,
and so
I agree with that.
If he takes care of the football with in terms of Jordan Love, they'll be fine. And obviously, I think the Packers have to get back to run the football. And I believe Aaron Jones is coming back, if not mistaken, right? Or he's out for another week.
He might be out for another week, but it is a game time decision. Joey, why don't you break this down and then I'll make my pick.
Yeah, my thought process was really simple. Jordan Love has been turnover. It's not the decisions he makes among the majority of the game, is the key decisions he makes that cause a problem. And that was my decision to vote against the Packers because.
Really? Because I remember you picked the Packers when messaging me your picks.
No, I said it.
So
I voted against the Packers.
So you're picking the Broncos to win. So I'll update that on my site. Because I also have the Broncos winning, by the way, Joey. And it's because the Broncos are getting some key players back. Eddie Jackson and Justin Simmons are going to be back this week. Also, the Broncos are getting their edge rusher, Baron Browning, back. Baron Browning missed the first 6 weeks with an injury. He will officially be back this week. There's also rumors that Caden Stearns could be back too. I got the Broncos winning 21-17. Tracy Porter called this a trap game. I agree with Tracy. I think this is a trap game for the Packers. I like the Broncos. But yeah. So Joey picked the Broncos. I am updating that on the site. Next game, though, in the meantime, is Chargers and Chiefs.
The reason that I did this was not because I do believe the Broncos have a decent defense. I believe their offense is an absolute disaster.
And look, Denver's getting a lot of key pieces back. And the other thing is with the Packers, this L. Jenkins and David Bakhtiari are still out on the offensive line. So not only is Denver getting that third edge rusher back to pair with Nick Bonito, 5.5 sacks, Jonathan Cooper, 3.5 sacks, in Baron Browning, you're getting Simmons and Eddie Jackson back. There's a chance you get Caden Stearns back too. Dulcich is still on IR, but Denver has everybody else outside of Dulcich and maybe Stearns at full health this week. That's huge for Denver.
And I still believe Denver's offense is. I believe it's going to be a low-scoring game because I believe Denver's offense is.
I got Denver winning 21-17.
But the defense is good.
Yeah. I've got Denver winning 21-17 over Green Bay.
I think it's going to be low scoring than that. But I do agree with your sentiment on low scoring game.
Next,
Manuel, what do you think?
Manuel took the Packers. He let off with the segment.
He took Packers? Okay.
Yeah. The next game is the final afternoon game before the Sunday night, Monday night game. It is Chargers at Chiefs in Kansas City. Chargers. Are the Chargers going to Charger? It's the $1 million Charger in question.
They're going to charge her.
Of course they're going to charge
They're
her.
going to charge her.
Oh,
On that phrase,
Yes.
and this is a big game, so I know they're going to do it.
I mean,
Until they prove otherwise, they're going to do it. They're going to charge her this game until they prove that they are capable of winning the victory.
And for anybody who wants to know, the Chargers blew a 27-0 lead to the Jaguars in the AFC wild card last year, and that's where the term chargering first came from on this podcast. And now it's just a catchphrase. It's a meme. It's whatever.
Now it's just something that if anything is off, if any team does something that is against, if they blow something huge or they cannot come through in the big game or something like that, or if they do what the Chargers front office has done with the salary cap, it's all charging.
Yep.
Because, and this is not a first-year thing, because I'm explaining this to Emmanuel. This is not just a one-year thing. This is something that's been going on for years and years, and I finally just said, stop charging. I finally coined the phrase charging because you can't keep doing this year in and year out over and over and over again and failing in big-time situations with big-time money and big-time, games.
I've heard a rumor that if Brandon Staley gets fired, they are going to hire Bill Belichick if he leaves the Patriots. That's one of the rumors I've heard, that if Belichick gets fired and Brandon Staley gets fired, the Chargers are going to hire Belichick, and they're going to take chargering to new heights with the hoodie. Belichick wants that Don Shula record, but yeah.
But Emmanuel, what do you think about this, and what do you think about Chargers?
I got Chiefs at home, but if you look at for some odd reason, if you look at the most recent years, the Chargers seem to give the Chiefs problems when they're on the road in KC. And that 5.5 point spread as a dog for the Chargers seems intriguing, truth be told. But I'm gonna lay the Chiefs.
Yep.
At home. I'm probably gonna avoid the spread, but I'll definitely take Chiefs.
I've got the Chiefs winning 35-28. Chiefs defense is fully healthy, as is their offense. Chiefs are the only AFC team without any starters injured. Their backup receiver, Justin Watson's injured, but that's the Chiefs' only injury. And Richie James, I think, is injured too, and they brought in Mecole Hardman from the Jets.
And didn't they get Frank Clark or the deal?
Yeah, they got Frank Clark. So they got 5 edges now. Mike Donna, George Karlaftis, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, Frank Clark, and they got Charles Omenihu back from his 6-game suspension this week for his first game of the year. So they're loaded.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking the Chiefs then. I'm definitely.
The big guy I look at is Clark, because for me, Clark is a top 5 defensive tackle in the NFL. Especially on the pass rush. So with him back, that brings a lot of new possibilities. Yeah,
for Chris Jones, for a lot of these guys in the Chiefs. Next game is a Sunday night game, Dolphins and Eagles. It's interesting. I got a text message from Brian Bayless this morning about the Dolphins-Patriots game in Week 8. Last week, the line for that game was -4. It's gone up to -13. And when the Patriots come to Miami, the rumor is that one of the sports books is going to make the line as high as 22.5 for Miami. That's the rumor I've heard. I think I covered one football game in my life where the spread was 21 and one game where it was 20. 22.5 would be the highest point spread for an NFL game I've covered. But I've heard rumor that with New England coming to Miami, they might make the point spread that high next week. And if the Dolphins beat the Eagles, I'm almost certain it will be a 20, -20, -21, -22.5 type point spread for New England, Miami in Week 8. So I just wanted to throw that caveat out there. I'm taking the Eagles, though. They're getting too many big names back from injuries. despite the Dolphins' high tempo and octane offense.
This is an interesting game because the Eagles have one of the best defenses, but their offense is underperformed. They've had a lot of turnovers.
Yeah, the synergy with this offense isn't the same as last year. It's not the same.
Turnovers. Here is a stat that I learned, and I was astonished by. The Cleveland Browns are the worst team in the NFL yards after catch. Tyreek Hill has 300 and I think they said 70 yards after catch to the Browns 430. Tyreek Hill has almost as many yards after the catch in the entire Cleveland Browns team. That is astonishing that any team can post one player with that many yards after catch where he almost eclipses an entire team. And after this week, he may just eclipse that team. I mean, it is amazing that Tyreek Hill and that offense has been able to do what they do. I mean, it's so I gotta throw my hands up and I gotta say I got nothing to say about that offense. Got nothing bad to say about that offense.
It's an incredible offense, but without Devin Achane and Armstead, I think the Eagles find a way to win in the trenches. They're going to get Jalen Carter back. They're going to get their number one corner, Darius Slay, back. Landon Dickerson's going to be back after getting injured in last week's game against the Jets. And the Jets were able to beat the Eagles without Sauce Gardner and without DJ Reed. It was a really impressive win by the Jets. But they're on a bye week, and Vonta Smith is playing despite...
Are the Eagles going to be able to keep up? Because I don't believe the Eagles defense is...
I believe it is going to...
So, are they going to be able to keep up with that high octane? I'm going to score... I think the lowest they score is 28. And obviously we know that most they score is 70. I mean...
I've got the Eagles winning 27-23. I've got the over-under in this is 51.5. I'm taking the under. The over-under is 51.5, so I am taking the under. And I've got the Eagles beating the Dolphins 27-23.
If the Dolphins only score 23, I'll be shocked. Just because the Dolphins have just been, offensively speaking, I know this is the toughest defense that they've come across, but 23, if you would have said 28-31 or something like that, I could have been fine with that. But 23, woo, Eagles are going to have to play their asses off, Trav. Daniel, what do you got on this?
I have the Dolphins winning this game. I guess I'm in the minority, so
no, you guys are actually in the majority. Only 5. Okay, so actually it's a 6-5 split decision. I took the Eagles. 5 of our staff members took the Eagles. 5 took the Dolphins, and if you count Emmanuel, that's a 6-6 split decision. There's a reason this is the game of the week. There's a reason Jalen Hurts is on Draft Utopia this week. We have Josh Allen for next week. And then the Dolphins go to Germany to play the Chiefs in Week 9, so we're probably going to put a Chiefs player on the cover for Week 9. It's going to be interesting, though. 49ers play the Vikings. Brock Purdy's going to be playing. We don't know the status of Debo or McCaffrey yet. Trent Williams did return to that game. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Vikings. I've got the 49ers beating the Vikings 38-20. I think the Vikings actually score more on San Francisco at home than Dallas did in their own loss, but 49ers are just on another level right now. And the fact that Marcus Davenport's on IR out for the next 5 weeks means that the Vikings aren't going to be able to get any pressure on the quarterback. They don't have Justin Jefferson at wide receiver for the next 3 weeks, and they don't have Davenport at edge rusher for the next 4 weeks. And they replaced Zadarius Smith with Davenport. which has tremendously backfired. And you have Davenport, DJ Wanneman, Daniel Hunter, all as UFAs in 2024 whenever we get to the Vikings for midseason report cards later in the season. But I'm taking the Niners to beat the Vikings 38-20.
I'm gonna back you on that. The Niners are gonna win, but I want to put it in perspective that the Niners are beat up. Whether players play or not, they're beat up. The Browns defense beat their offense.
Yeah, there's only 2 teams in the NFL with 0 injuries heading into this week. Actually, 3. There's the Commanders. We don't know about Montez Sweat. He did leave that game against Atlanta injured, and Casey Toohill came in last week. So basically, Atlanta and Kansas City are the only teams without injuries on both sides of the ball. So that's pretty crazy.
The 49ers came in relatively
Healthy.
good offensively when it comes to injury. The Browns beat them up. You know, Trent Williams has something wrong with his leg. He's going to play, but, you know, he's been hobbled a little bit. Kittle has not been great. McCaffrey is questionable. He has not practiced this week. Samuel he was knocked out early in the game.
Yep.
I mean, the Browns beat the crap out of the Niners, but I think the Niners are still talented enough to win this game. But I don't want people to dismiss the fact that they got beaten up, which is really rare. But they're a bunch of tough SOBs. They're going to play if they can walk. So I want to clear that up. But if you're picking the 49ers, I just want you to know they're probably as beaten up as they've been over the last 2-3 years. So, take that as it will. Manuel, who you got?
49ers. This should be an easy win for them. I think the 49ers are too physical. I still think the 49ers are the best team in the league. Truth be told, I feel like them losing to the Browns was somewhat of an overreaction. But as long as McCaffrey plays, they should be fine. So I got the Niners win this game.
Yeah, this is fun. This is a scenario that's gonna disappoint you, Joey. All 4 AFC North teams went 10-7 in my simulator. So for the NFC, it's the Niners at 1, 13-4, Eagles at 2, 13-4, Lions at 3, 10-7, Saints at 4, 9-8, Cowboys at 5, 13-4, Seahawks at 6, 9-8, and the 7-10 Packers got the last wild card over the 7-10 Buccaneers. I'm starting to think if the Buccaneers can steal a game either against Buffalo. I do have the Buccaneers covering against the Bills in Week 8. But the Buccaneers, they play the Bills and Texans on the road after their home contest against Atlanta. And I think they beat and they do get a home game against the Panthers, which I picked the Panthers to sweep the Buccaneers in the preseason. But if I change that, the Buccaneers would get in over Green Bay as the last wild card. And then the AFC, we've got the Bills at 13-4, Chiefs 12-5, Jaguars 12-5, Ravens 12-5, Dolphins 11-6, Steelers 10-7, Chargers 10-7, and the Browns and Bengals both missed the playoffs at 10-7. Crazy. 9, 10-7 teams, and the Texans went 9-8. Just shows you the dominance of the AFC.
The diversity in the AFC is I think they said last I checked 2 days ago they had 3 teams at 4-2 and a couple teams at 2-4 and all the other teams are mixed right in the middle, 3-2 or 3-3.
Yep.
It is a crapshoot at this point. And so I'm not going to be upset with any end of the year rankings because it is so close and it is so everybody is right there. The scheduling is so tight. The teams are so ready to roll. I'm not going to be upset with any AOC ranking at this point because we don't know. You got 14 teams vying for playoff spots right now.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be fun. Next week, offensive tackle rankings. No bye weeks for midseason report cards, so we'll have a shorter show. But we have 16 games to pick next Saturday at 10 on a restream and talk shoe. But fourth quarter of Ohio State Penn State is on. I want to watch the epic conclusion to this game. And I want to thank Joey for calling in through talk shoe. And I want to thank it's 10-6 Buckeyes. The Buckeyes got a first down thanks to Cade Stover, and they are in field goal range to make it 13-6. And 19 just ran for a first down for Ohio State. There's 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter at Safe Flight Field where the Buckeyes play. But they've outscored Penn State 80-45 since 2017 in the fourth quarter. And you can see Ohio State's building that momentum. But yeah, Kyle McCord started 5 for 5. He's 19 for 30 now. But yeah, I want to thank Emmanuel for calling in on Restream. I want to thank Joey for calling in on TalkShoe. But Nittany Lions, Buckeyes, fourth quarter. It's on Fox. There's 10.5 minutes left. We're signing off to watch that. Have fun, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
No problem.
Later.
Later, Emmanuel. Later, Joey.